Chapter 1595. It wasn't that the man's strength was inferior to Shuesun's, but in a one-on-one fight, the two were actually on par. Even if Shuesun was stronger, she wouldn't be able to kill her opponent on her own. However, Yang Kai's lightning-fast battle had greatly shocked the man. The seductive woman's screams and cries for help before she died had disturbed his concentration, making it impossible for him to face the enemy with his full strength. What's more, Yang Kai was still standing not far away, glaring at him, causing the man to become more and more uneasy. He couldn't understand how his junior sister had died in just a few breaths of time. He was well aware of his junior sister's strength, which was similar to his own, so how could she have died at the hands of a second-order origin returning realm cultivator in such a short time? He was completely shocked and had no idea what had happened between his junior sister and this young man. The fear of the unknown made him lose his ability to fight, so how could he display his full strength? Shuesun naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity and vented all her anger from being chased all the way here, using all kinds of artifacts and secret techniques unique to the monster race to the fullest. The man was completely suppressed, and the battle became one-sided. Obviously, he didn't want to sit still and wait for death. He hurriedly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence to cast a powerful secret technique, blocking the snow falcon for a moment. Then, his figure turned into an afterimage and suddenly disappeared. He decided to retreat, not daring to continue entangling with Shuesun. Before leaving though, he glanced over at Yang Kai and found that this unfathomable young man was just standing in place, seemingly having no intention of stopping him, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Just when he thought he had escaped death, the space around him suddenly became viscous. His figure came to a halt involuntarily as his eyes shrank and he shouted in horror, "Sure." He was also a third-order origin returning realm master, so he naturally knew the mysteries and effects of Sure, so he stepped into this viscous space. He knew he had fallen into a powerful Sure. The power of this Sure was much thicker than his own, so powerful that it made him tremble. Moreover, this Sure seemed to be mixed with some other strange force. Not daring to be careless, he hurriedly released his own force to resist it, but it was only able to recover a little of his freedom. It was impossible to escape from this situation in a short period of time. A silhouette entered his eyes. He raised his head and exclaimed, "How could you be here?" At this moment, he was shocked to find that Yang Kai, who was supposed to be watching the battle from afar, was actually standing not far from him. However, he didn't notice the other party's movements at all. "Why can't I be here?" Yang Kai grinned and gradually increased the power of his Sure. The man who fell into it was immediately drenched in sweat, and it was difficult for him to move. Chi-chi, soft sounds came from all directions. The man looked around and found that the space around him seemed to be collapsing. Strange, pitch-black cracks the size of a cow's hair appeared one after another. Disappear, his liver and gall were torn apart. He never knew that someone's potential could cause such an unimaginable effect on space. At this moment, he finally understood that it was not an accident that his junior sister died so quickly. This second-order origin returning realm young man was his most terrifying enemy. Without giving the man a chance to resist, Yang Kai flicked his fingers and sent out a dozen pitch-black space blades one after another. These space blades easily shattered the man's Saint Chi and defensive artifact before cutting his body into several pieces and banishing most of his flesh and blood into the void. The man fell to the ground with a loud bang, his body scattered across the ground. Shuesun's beautiful eyes trembled as she watched all this, her tender body shivering slightly. Although she also knew that Yang Kai killing this man was a bit of a sneak attack, there was no doubt about his strength. No wonder Shueyan was taught a lesson, and no wonder Mitian was so wary of him. There was a reason for all of this. Judging from his performance just now, when he dealt with Mitian and Shueyan, he should not have used his full strength, otherwise, how could those two still be alive? Shuesun had always thought so. In the origin returning realm, Shueyan and Mitian were already strong enough, and both of them were existences she admired greatly, but today she realized she had been a frog in a well. An origin returning realm master could be even stronger. The arrogance and disdain in her eyes quickly converged as she began to re-examine Yang Kai. Perhaps little sister Qing Luo's choice was not wrong. She thought so in her heart. Yang Kai looked towards her, but Xue Sun hurriedly looked away, not daring to meet his eyes. She did not know why she was doing this, but deep down, there was a trace of fear towards this young man. He could easily kill the two people who chased after him in a very short period of time, so he could also kill her without any effort. Xue Sun's figure flickered as she picked up the space rings of the two dead men, walked over to Yang Kai, and handed them to him. "Thank you." Yang Kai chuckled lightly and did not refuse, putting away the two space rings without even looking at them. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Where is the domain stone you mentioned? I'll take you there." Xue Sun volunteered, using her movement skill to fly off in a certain direction. "How are your injuries?" Yang Kai followed behind her and asked casually. "Minor injuries, nothing serious," Xue Sun replied faintly. Yang Kai did not say anything else and simply followed her through the blood prison. The place where Xue Sun found the territory stone was not too far from the previous location and would only take about an hour to arrive. "There's one thing I have to tell you." Halfway there, Xue Sun's beautiful eyes flickered, as if she had a guilty conscience. "What is it?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. "In fact, the two people you killed had companions." Xue Sun turned to look at Yang Kai. "Where?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Near the territory stone." Xue Sun became even more uneasy as she gritted her teeth and told the truth. "I found a few territory stones earlier and wanted to go in and take them, but I ran into those guys. There were 5 of them in total and they seemed to be from the same cultivation star. 2 of them chased after me while the other 3 stayed behind. I don't know if they have succeeded or not, but if they have, that's good, we can just snatch them." Yang Kai grinned. Xue Sun frowned slightly as she looked at him seriously. "Aren't you angry? I didn't tell you the truth before, I lied to you." "A little," Yang Kai gently nodded. Xue Sun's expression changed slightly. "But it doesn't matter to me, so I won't bother arguing about it." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Continue leading the way." "Good." Xue Sun breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling relieved. After a while, Yang Kai raised his brow and showed a look of joy as he asked, "It's up ahead, right? I can feel the fluctuations of the territory field." Xue Sun nodded and sped up a lot. Soon, Yang Kai and Xue Sun arrived in front of a territory whirlpool. This territory whirlpool covered an area of about 2,000 meters in radius and gave off terrifying energy fluctuations. At the center of the territory whirlpool were several fist-sized stones that gave off an inexplicable luster. Territory stones. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at the territory stones with scorching eyes. This was the first time he had seen a territory stone, so he was naturally curious, but because of the territory whirlpool, he could not release his divine sense to investigate carefully, so he did not know how many territory stones there were. However, it was undeniable that any territory stone was extremely valuable. If taken out, one could exchange for many precious cultivation resources or absorb the power of a territory stone to comprehend the mysteries of the territory. Within this 2,000-meter radius, there were 3 people, each occupying a different position, sitting cross-legged. Judging from their postures, they seemed to be comprehending the mysteries of the territory whirlpool and preparing to rush in and take away the territory stones. The great value of a territory stone was not only due to the mysteries of the territory it contained, but also because of the risks involved in obtaining it. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was, and this was vividly reflected in the territory stones. Territory stones were only born in the territory whirlpool, and if one wanted to obtain a territory stone, they must first comprehend the mysteries of the territory whirlpool in order to reach its depths and safely take away a territory stone. Countless third-order origin returning realm masters had fallen in the territory whirlpool, and their lives and blood endowed the territory stones with supreme value. In order to obtain a territory stone, some people may have to give up their lives. However, the territory whirlpool in front of him actually produced several territory stones, which naturally attracted Yang Kai's interest. Yang Kai just casually glanced at the three strangers who had already entered the territory whirlpool and no longer paid them any attention. The territory whirlpool in front of him gave him a feeling that it was neither strong nor weak, only slightly weaker than the one that had strangled Su Ding Yang. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for those three to remain inside safely. The arrival of Yang Kai and Xue Sun naturally alarmed the three people who were sitting cross-legged in meditation inside the territory whirlpool. These three opened their eyes and swept their gazes over Yang Kai and Xue Sun. One of the white-haired old men couldn't help calling out in surprise, "Dragon Lady, how are you still alive?" Xue Sun coldly snorted, "Old dog, did I disappoint you by being alive? Where are Brother Li and Senior Sister?" Another one-eyed man with a ferocious expression frowned and asked coldly. Xue Sun sneered, "Since I came back alive, what do you think happened to them?" "Impossible." The one-eyed man's expression changed as he understood the meaning of Xue Sun's words, a look of disbelief appearing on his face. "That's right, Dragon Lady. You think you have the ability to kill Brother Li and his brother and sister? You overestimate yourself," the third man sneered, obviously thinking Xue Sun was talking nonsense. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Xue Sun didn't want to explain any further, simply grit her teeth and declared, "Those two are dead, it will be your turn next." The white-haired old man was startled, and then he burst into laughter. "Demon girl, you're so arrogant, and your tone is even bigger than the sky. Good. I'm currently in the domain vortex, and it's inconvenient for me to move. So, I'll let you make irresponsible remarks. If you really have the ability, then I'll have a good fight with you after I get out of here." Chapter 1596. Saying so, the white-haired old man turned to look at Yang Kai curiously and chuckled, "Little brother, are you a human? Why are you fighting the Dragon Lady in such a sorry state?" "Sorry state?" Yang Kai frowned, "Old sir, aren't you exaggerating a bit?" The old man shook his head. "Humans are humans and demons are demons. Humans hunt demons and demons hunt humans. The two races have always been at odds with each other. Now that you've attached yourself to a demoness, if this isn't a sorry state, what is?" He subconsciously thought that Xue Sun, who had a stronger cultivation, had taken the lead and that Yang Kai was following her orders. "This old master wants to ask you, this Dragon Lady said that Brother Li and sister have fallen, is that true?" The old man's expression suddenly became serious as he asked Yang Kai in a low voice. "Yes, I saw them die with my own eyes." Yang Kai gently nodded. "You were involved?" The old man narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent filling them. "Yes. Seeing injustice on the road, I drew my sword to help." Yang Kai replied in a deep voice. Hearing this, Xue Sun curled her lips slightly. Good. The old man nodded again and again, his tone extremely cold. "Daring to admit what you did, young man, your courage is not small. This old master will remember your face. Remember this, the blood prison will be your burial place." Yang Kai smiled brightly. "Old sir, before you speak big words, you should consider whether you have enough weight. Be careful not to cut your tongue." The old man sneered. "Whether I have enough weight or not, this old master is clear in his heart. This old master won't argue with you now. Let this old master take this territory stone first." "Territory stone?" Yang Kai raised his brow and said in an arrogant tone, "The territory stone is mine. Don't even think about getting it." The old man was stunned, the other two were also stunned, but soon they all burst into laughter. The one-eyed man sneered, "A brat who hasn't even grown out his hair wants to obtain the territory stone? You should quickly go back and cultivate for a few more years to improve your cultivation. Young people these days really don't know what they're talking about, daring to come to the blood prison as a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. You idiots, I'm too lazy to argue with you. I'm going to get the territory stone for sure." Yang Kai curled his lips in disdain. He stepped into the whirlpool within his territory. "Be careful." Xue Sun's expression changed. He hurriedly reminded him. She had experienced the terrifying power of this vortex before and knew very well how powerful it was. The white-haired old man and the other two also looked over in shock. They didn't expect Yang Kai to rush into the whirlpool in their territory. Was he looking for death? The old man couldn't help but sneer. There was a playful smile on his face. They were waiting for the show to begin. He thought that Yang Kai would definitely be killed by the vortex in his territory. But in the next moment, the old man's smile stiffened on his face. The whirlpool in his territory that he and his companions were so afraid of failed to stop Yang Kai in the slightest as the arrogant young man strode forward. Step by step, Yang Kai walked inside, completely ignoring the whirlpool in his territory. The old man couldn't help sucking in a cold breath as his eyes glazed over, paying more and more attention to Yang Kai's movements. He could clearly see that Yang Kai's shur was not inferior to his. In fact, it was much stronger. The invisible shur was like a perfect armor, protecting Yang Kai from all sides, allowing him to walk inside unimpeded. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. The young man only walked 200 meters before his speed slowed down, and after another 10 meters, his figure came to a halt. Yang Kai closed his eyes and began perceiving the mysterious fluctuations around him, comprehending the mysteries of his territory. Seeing this scene, the old man finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Yang Kai really walked to the center step by step without stopping to take the territory stone, he would probably vomit blood. Fortunately, although this kid was a little strange, he didn't really ignore the whirlpool in his territory. He also had to comprehend the mysteries in it before he could walk to the deepest part. He still had a chance. The old man's eyes burst with light as he suddenly got up, ignoring the huge burden on his body, and moved forward a distance. Seeing this, the other two also didn't want to be outdone and also moved forward a distance. The closer to the center of the whirlpool in the territory, the stronger the power, and the greater the pressure on the cultivator. If they couldn't resist, the final result would be to be killed by the territory. Therefore, when the cultivator was comprehending the mysteries in the whirlpool in the territory, they would generally act according to their ability and not be greedy. Otherwise, they would be courting death. Before Yang Kai's arrival, the old man and the other two were prepared to advance to the center step by step and slowly walk to the territory stone. They also had this confidence. However, Yang Kai's arrival and strange behavior made them feel the danger. They realized that if they didn't speed up, the territory stone would be handed over to someone else. The surrounding territory of the chaotic territory made it so that no one dared to make a move on others. Otherwise, it was very likely that it would cause a backlash and they would be asking for trouble. If not for this, the old man and the other two would have joined forces to kill Yang Kai first. The battle now was about who could walk to the center of the whirlpool and take the territory stone first. With the treasure in front of them, no one would show weakness. Outside the whirlpool, Shui Sun's beautiful eyes glowed as she stared at Yang Kai's back. She was greatly shocked. This guy didn't stop at all and directly walked to within 300 feet of the whirlpool in the territory. Every step Yang Kai took was like a 10,000-kilogram sledgehammer that smashed into Shui Sun's heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. She was sent by Fierce Crab Tribal Lord to participate in the Blood Prison Trial, which meant that she was the strongest origin-returning realm master in Fierce Crab territory. The importance of Fierce Crab Tribal Lord and the respect and admiration of those in the same realm gave her the capital to be proud of herself. She had never taken other origin-returning realm masters seriously. But today, she finally put away her arrogant thoughts. Yang Kai's performance made her realize that she was still not good enough as an origin-returning realm master. In this realm, there was still someone who looked down on her. Gritting her teeth, Shui Sun also pushed her shur and stepped into the whirlpool in the territory. As soon as she entered, Shui Sun's tender body trembled slightly. All around her, an invisible and terrifying pressure forced her monster chi to circulate madly, forcing her to resist it. She struggled to take a step forward, following Yang Kai's footsteps step by step. After less than 5 meters into the whirlpool, Shui Sun was unable to move. Looking up at Yang Kai, Shui Sun suddenly discovered that in this extremely short period of time, this guy had actually moved forward again. How did he do it? Shui Sun couldn't understand. After spending less than half a day with Yang Kai, her pride and self-confidence had been completely shattered. She found that she couldn't compare with this human at all, Shuelien and Meteon were also no match. On Monster Star, all the tribal lord-level masters present. Their evaluation of Shuelien and Meteon was extremely high, believing that these two rookies were likely to break through to the Origin King realm and become tribal lord-level existences. If Shuelien and Meteon had a great chance of breaking through to the Origin King realm, then Shuesun was certain. Yang Kai could definitely break through to the Origin King realm, just based on his current excellent performance. This showed that his control over Shur had reached a level that made all Origin returning realm masters feel inferior. He may have also comprehended the mysteries of the tribal territory. For the first time, Shuesun felt awe towards another Origin returning realm master. The figure in front of her was like an unattainable mountain. She could only look up to him. Impossible! This is impossible! The one-eyed man's shout reached everyone's ears as he stared in the direction of Yang Kai with trembling eyes, watching him walk towards the center of the whirlpool step by step as if he was walking on flat ground. Even if he paused occasionally, it wouldn't take long for him to take another step. The powerful tribal territory vortex seemed unable to stop him at all. The one-eyed man's eyes were blank and his face was dull, shocked by Yang Kai's actions. "Calm down," the white-haired old man suddenly shouted. "This little brat is indeed a bit strange, but we started earlier than him. He is still behind us in terms of distance, so we may have a chance. In any case, we can't let this little brat succeed." Hearing this, the one-eyed man seemed to recover, took a deep breath, and nodded heavily. "I understand." "Is that so?" Yang Kai suddenly grinned and glanced over at the white-haired old man. "Am I behind you in terms of distance? Take a look again and calculate it carefully." As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai, who had been standing in place for a long time, suddenly stepped forward lightly. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Without any intention of stopping, Yang Kai continued forward with unstoppable momentum, approaching the center of the territory stones at an extremely fast speed. The old man was stunned, the one-eyed man was stunned, and the third person was also stunned. Shuesun cried out in alarm, covering her red lips with her small hand as she stared in the direction of Yang Kai in a daze. Yang Kai seemed to have suddenly understood something and wrapped himself in Shur, repelling all the territory stones, allowing him to pass through without any hindrance. He easily arrived at the center of the tribal territory. The 3 old men looked panicked and were at a loss. At this moment, they didn't know what to do. If it were any other place, they would definitely go all out and join forces to stop Yang Kai, but inside the tribal territory vortex, they could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. Their faces became ashen and filled with resentment. Suddenly, the old man's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. At the center of the tribal territory vortex, Yang Kai's footsteps paused in midair, seemingly unable to take this last step. His brows furrowed as a thoughtful look appeared on his face. "This boy is in trouble." The old man was overjoyed and secretly prayed that this boy would stop there or be directly strangled by the tribal territory vortex. He clearly felt that there was some strange movement in the tribal territory vortex, as if most of its power was attracted to Yang Kai and was exerting pressure on him, wanting to crush him into pieces. Yang Kai's face gradually became dignified, sweat oozing from his forehead and dripping down. The invisible tribal territory vortex was constantly destroying his body. The pressure on the old man and the others suddenly lightened, and after looking at each other for a moment, they rushed forward with red eyes. Chapter 1597. No one had expected such a situation, and no one had encountered such a situation before. They had not even heard of it before. The 5 of them were in the middle of the vortex in the same territory, but most of the power of the vortex in the territory was being drawn towards one person. It seemed that even the vortex in the territory had begun to target this person, preventing him from reaching the center of the vortex. With the pressure on the old man and the other 2 greatly reduced, they naturally saw a glimmer of hope and were unwilling to hand over the territory stone. The 3 of them approached the center of the vortex at an extremely fast speed, their expressions fierce as they glared at Yang Kai, murderous intent radiating from their bodies. obviously harboring malicious intent. Shui Sun's beautiful face changed slightly as she shouted a warning to Yang Kai before also rushing forward. "If you don't want to die, wait there." Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang in her ear. Shui Sun's raised foot did not take a step forward in the end as she stared at Yang Kai's back with a complicated expression, her brow furrowed slightly, not understanding what Yang Kai was doing. However, she did not delve into it and instead chose to believe in Yang Kai. Yang Kai's situation seemed to be very dangerous. The power of the huge territory he was drawing towards him was not something an origin-returning realm master could withstand. It was already a miracle that he was still standing there. Shui Sun clearly felt that Yang Kai's Shi was being suppressed back into his body inch by inch, unable to compete with the strange power of the territory vortex. Shui Sun could not help feeling nervous as she did not know what would happen to Yang Kai once his Shi was completely suppressed. He would most likely die on the spot. If that really happened, Qing Luo would definitely be heartbroken. It was said that the two of them had a very good relationship. In front of her nervous gaze, Yang Kai's Shi collided with the power of the domain in the vortex, as if two armies were engaged in a fierce battle, but Yang Kai's Shi was constantly being defeated and suppressed. The Shi field shrank little by little, and finally only covered Yang Kai's body. The fluctuations in the whirlpool in the territory became even more bizarre and violent. It was as if all the power was attracted by Yang Kai, and it launched a ferocious and cruel final attack on him. In an instant, his Shi was destroyed and he was completely submerged. Shui Sun couldn't help screaming and turned her head away. She couldn't bear to see Yang Kai explode and die. The expected sound of flesh and blood flying did not come. Shui Sun was bewildered, but in the next moment, she heard Yang Kai's laughter. In this desperate situation, he seemed extremely carefree. She turned her head abruptly and looked at Yang Kai again. She was surprised to find that Yang Kai, who was submerged in the territory field, was unharmed. How could this be? Shui Sun was stunned. She clearly didn't feel Yang Kai releasing any Shi. He was in the center of the territory vortex without any precaution, but he was still safe and sound. There was a mysterious power lingering around Yang Kai, allowing him to merge with the territory vortex. If she didn't look with her eyes, Shui Sun felt that she definitely wouldn't be able to discover Yang Kai's existence. At this moment, he seemed to have merged with the territory vortex, becoming a part of it. His footsteps paused in midair, and he suddenly descended to the center of the vortex. As his foot landed, the chaotic domain vortex that was stirred up by him returned to normal. The terrifying pressure that should have been there came from all directions again. Shui Sun couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as she struggled to resist. The old man and the other two were so lucky. When the pressure was greatly reduced, they madly rushed in, and in an instant, rushed in dozens of feet, and were only about 10 feet away from Yang Kai's position. Now that the pressure from the territory vortex had returned, how could they withstand it? The sudden pressure from the territory vortex horrified the trio, causing them to cry out in panic as they desperately pushed their Saint Chi and summoned all kinds of artifacts to protect themselves while attempting to retreat. This was not a place they could enter at all. If Yang Kai hadn't attracted most of the pressure from the territory vortex before, they wouldn't have been able to reach this place. Now that they wanted to return, it was undoubtedly too late. The mysterious strangling force that erupted from the territory vortex was too much for them to contend with. Their defensive artifacts exploded one after another, and as they screamed, the trio exploded one after another, blood and internal organs spilling all over the ground. Shui Sun stared at all this in a daze. Watching 3 third-order origin returning realm masters die in just 3 breaths of time, a chill ran down her spine. She suddenly remembered Yang Kai's warning before. If you don't want to die, just wait there. She was certain that if she hadn't listened to Yang Kai's advice at that time, the old man and the other two would have ended up the same way, and she would have died on the spot. A feeling of escaping from death inexplicably welled up in her heart, causing Shui Sun's face to turn slightly pale. This guy. Has he been planning this all along? Has he always wanted to integrate himself into the vortex in the territory of the territory in order to get rid of the vortex targeting him? Where did he get the confidence to do this? How deep is his understanding of Shur? Has he already comprehended the mysteries of the territory vortex? Shue's son had countless questions lingering in her heart, but she couldn't ask them. She only knew that this human's attainments in the martial Tao were something she could only look up to. In fact, although the vortex in the territory in front of them was powerful enough, if the old man and the other two had advanced step by step and comprehended its mysteries bit by bit, they might have had a chance to reach its center and wouldn't have died tragically. The bad thing was that they didn't have this opportunity. Yang Kai gave them hope, but when they saw the light, he brought despair to them. He had effortlessly used the power of the vortex in the territory to kill all three of them. If this was all part of his plan from the beginning, then it was simply too despicable. It should just be a coincidence, right? Shue's son's expression was extremely complicated. What are you waiting for? Let's go out. Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded, startling Shue's son slightly. When she came back to her senses, she found that Yang Kai had already arrived in front of her and was playing with two domain stones that gave off an inexplicable luster. Saying so, he casually tossed one of the territory stones over. Shue's son caught it and glanced at him suspiciously, frowning as she asked, "Why did you give me a piece? I didn't do anything." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "You brought me here and you were the one who discovered the territory stone first, so I gave you a piece. Don't you want it? If you don't want it, then give it back." Shue's son quickly put the territory stone into her space ring. This was a free advantage, so why not? Yang Kai grinned. "I'll give you a piece of the territory stone. I'll take the space rings of those three. There doesn't seem to be anything good inside." "I don't want to share their space rings," Shue's son replied lightly. After pondering for a moment, she said, "Then we'll part ways here. I wish you good luck." "You're not going out?" Yang Kai was stunned. "I want to stay here and continue to meditate." Yang Kai nodded and didn't force her, instead saying seriously, "Then I wish you good luck as well. I'll be going first." As he spoke, he brushed past her and strode out. "Yang Kai!" Shue's son suddenly shouted from behind. "What?" Yang Kai turned to look at her. "Can I ask, how did you integrate yourself into the vortex in the territory?" Shue's son looked at him curiously. Yang Kai rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, then smiled lightly and said, "I took advantage of the situation." "Took advantage of the situation?" Shue's son's brow furrowed as she carefully pondered over the meaning of this sentence. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes lit up and a look of gratitude appeared on her face as she sincerely said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Yang Kai waved his hand gently before walking away without looking back. Over the next few days, Yang Kai continued to move around the blood prison. Once he found a vortex in the territory that met his requirements, he would go and study it to understand its mysteries. Absorbing the mysteries of the vortexes in the territory, Yang Kai's Shur grew at a terrifying speed. There was no vortex in the territory that could trap him and make him unable to extricate himself. Most of the vortexes in the territory could enter and exit at will, and even if he occasionally encountered some powerful vortexes, it would take him some time to integrate himself into them, allowing him to travel unimpeded through the vortexes. Yang Kai found that the method Su Ding Yang had taught him was somewhat wrong. Comprehending the mysteries of the territory vortexes and using one's own Shur to resist them may be a good method, but integrating one's own Shur into them would allow one to explore their mysteries at a deeper level. This was why Yang Kai had told Shue's son to take advantage of the situation. However, if one wanted to do this, they needed to have extremely strong control over their own Shur, otherwise, it would be tantamount to asking for humiliation. Yang Kai did not obtain many territory stones. Even in the blood prison, territory stones were extremely rare. Half a month after separating from Shue's son, Yang Kai had encountered several dozen large and small territory vortexes but had only managed to find 2 territory stones. While he was on his way, Yang Kai had studied the strange territory stones. These stones did contain the power of a territory, similar to the territory vortexes in the blood prison. However, the territory power contained in these territory stones was very gentle, not as violent and difficult to deal with as the vortexes in the territory. This gentleness was enough for any origin-returning realm master to safely absorb these stones, improve their understanding of Shur, and comprehend the mysteries of their territory. This was also one of the reasons why territory stones were so valuable. Besides Shui-sun, Yang Kai did not meet anyone else he knew. Whether it was the monster race masters who had come here from Monster Star or Qian Tong and the others who had stayed on Green Mountain Star, Yang Kai did not meet any of them. Yang Kai did not know whether Qian Tong and the others had entered the blood prison or not, but the main reason they had stayed on Green Mountain Star at that time was because of this, so it was unlikely they would miss such a grand event. They should have come in, but Yang Kai did not know where they were. Occasionally, when he had some free time, Yang Kai would take out his communication artifact and pour his divine sense into it, hoping to contact Qian Tong and the others. Unfortunately, after so many days, there was no response from his communication artifact. On this day, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged in a secluded place, recovering his energy and taking out his communication artifact to investigate. He did not have much hope, but when he poured his divine sense into it, he could not help smiling and quickly began to investigate. Qian Tong had actually responded. What's more, he was actually summoning his companions to his location. Yang Kai seemed to have discovered something incredible. Chapter 1598. 100 kilometers away from the blood prison, in a stone pavilion atop a high peak, Luo Hai's eyes were closed, as if he was silently perceiving something. The other Origin King Realm Masters were all paying attention to his movements. They could not know anything about the situation inside the blood prison, and only Luo Hai, as the Star Master, could spy on it. Naturally, Luo Hai became the focus of everyone's attention. After a long time, Luo Hai opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. Master Luo Hai, did you discover something? Why are you so happy? The old woman from Sword Union asked quickly. Good news, good news. Luo Hai gently nodded. Good news? The beautiful woman from Purple Star raised her brow as she glanced over at Luo Hai thoughtfully, revealing a look of understanding as she asked, Brother Luo Hai means, yes, there is only one good news in the blood prison, and it's exactly as you think. Luo Hai gently nodded and quickly said, A stone mountain has appeared in my territory. A stone mountain has appeared in my territory? Everyone was shocked. This really is a joyous event. The old woman smiled so widely that her face wrinkled. The little ones who entered the blood prison this time are really blessed to have encountered such a joyous event. It seems they are luckier than most. Senior sister Lei need not envy others. When you entered the blood prison 2,000 years ago, didn't you also encounter such a joyous event? The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled. Yes, 2,000 years have passed in a flash. The old woman's face showed a trace of nostalgia. If I had not encountered a stone mountain in my territory, this old woman would not have been able to spy on the mysteries of my territory and break through to the Origin King realm. It can be said that the stone mountain in my territory is the foundation of this old woman's current realm. Senior sister Lei encountered a stone mountain in your territory? Many people showed surprised expressions and someone shouted, Why didn't I have such good luck? When I entered the blood prison, the stone mountain in my territory was surrounded by a powerful territory field, making it impossible to see what it was. This is luck. Luo Hai chuckled. The stone mountain in our territory is a treasure of the blood prison. It is extremely sturdy, and even an Origin King may not necessarily be able to damage it. It is so huge that no one can take it away. It was the best place for Origin returning realm masters to comprehend the mysteries of their own territory, but unfortunately, it was shrouded in various fierce territory fields all year round. Only occasionally would these territory fields weaken and reveal the true appearance of the stone mountains within their territory. On the other hand, the blood prison only opens once every 1,000 years, and when it does, the stone mountain in our territory may not appear, so it's normal that you haven't encountered it yet. There's no need to envy senior sister Lei's luck. Aren't all of you Origin Kings now? Even so, if I had encountered a stone mountain in the territory back then, I wouldn't have needed to cultivate bitterly for 300 years to break through to this realm. After speaking, A look of resentment appeared on his face as he lamented that he was not as lucky as the old woman surnamed Lei. The old woman smiled and said, "Why are you sighing here? This old woman was lucky enough to encounter a stone mountain in our territory, but after breaking through to the Origin King realm, this old woman has not been able to make any further progress. I'm afraid this old woman will be stuck here for the rest of her life." Senior sister Lei doesn't need to belittle yourself, who can say for sure? Perhaps one day, senior sister Lei will be blessed with good fortune and break through to the second-order Origin King realm, the beautiful woman comforted. Although there were many frictions between the great forces in the Star Territory, as Origin Kings, there was more or less some friendship between them, so it wasn't a big deal for the old woman to offer some casual words of comfort. "I hope so," the old woman forced a smile. The old woman smiled reluctantly, but suddenly frowned and said with a worried look, "However, although the appearance of a stone mountain in our territory is a happy event, I'm afraid it will be a much more difficult test for those little brats." This old woman fought a life-and-death battle in order to compete for a good position back then and almost died. This time, I'm afraid many of them will die. Whether it's a blessing or a curse will depend on their own good fortune. It's useless for us to worry here. The old man from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce slowly shook his head. "That's true. By the way, Master Luo Hai, that second-order Origin returning realm brat, how is he doing right now? Is he dead or alive?" The old woman suddenly remembered Yang Kai and asked. Everyone turned their attention to Luo Hai, seemingly very interested in Yang Kai. Luo Hai smiled lightly and said, "He's still alive. This king can feel his vitality." "He's still alive?" The old woman was overjoyed. Great! This old woman was really afraid his luck would be bad and he would be killed by that powerful guy. It seems his luck is much better than this old woman's. I'm really looking forward to the day he walks out of the blood prison. This old woman wants to see if this little brat really has 3 heads and 6 arms. He definitely doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, he's just courageous, Luo Hai suddenly fell silent, his brow furrowing as he tried to sense his surroundings. Soon, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Master Luo Hai, could he have encountered some kind of trouble? The beautiful woman from Purple Star asked nervously. No one wanted to see Kai Yang get into trouble or even die. They all regarded Yang Kai as a rising star of their force and were all prepared to wait for him to emerge from the blood prison before offering extremely generous conditions to win him over. He hasn't encountered any trouble, but this king thinks he's looking for trouble. Luo Hai said in a strange tone. What do you mean? The old woman asked nervously. He's actually heading towards the stone mountain in our territory. Luo Hai's expression became extremely strange. Huh! Everyone was shocked. Why would he go in the direction of the stone mountain in our territory? The old woman asked with a look of disappointment. That little brat is simply courting death. How could he possibly go there? If he were to be involved in some kind of dispute. This little guy is really too troublesome, the beautiful Purple Star woman sighed with a helpless look on her face. Yang Kai was trapped inside the blood prison, so none of them could intervene and could only watch as Yang Kai walked into danger. All the Origin King Realm Masters couldn't wait to break into the blood prison right now, fish Yang Kai out, and teach him a lesson. Things are getting more and more interesting. This little brat's courage is really big, Luo Hai smiled softly. Master Luo Hai, I'll have to trouble you to pay more attention to that little brat and see if he's there? The old woman asked nervously. All right, although I can't investigate too carefully, this king can still sense whether he's alive or not. If something really happens, this king will definitely tell you. Luo Hai nodded, not refusing such a request. He himself was also very interested in Yang Kai. Then I'll have to trouble Master Luo Hai. Inside the blood prison, at a certain location, there was a small hill. Although it was called a small hill, it was actually just a slightly larger one. It was no more than 300 meters high and covered an area of only a few dozen meters. This small hill gave off a strange luster and a gentle territory aura radiated from it. A stone mountain in the territory. A treasure of the blood prison. Its main body was actually a huge piece of territory stone. No one knew how it was born, but since its birth, it had always existed inside the blood prison. It was shrouded in a terrifying territory all year round, making it impossible for anyone to enter and see the true appearance of the stone mountain in the territory. The territory field around the stone mountain in the territory was recognized as the most powerful territory in the blood prison. No origin-returning realm cultivator dared to challenge it, and anyone who dared to do so had died a violent death. Although it was shrouded in a powerful territory all year round, there were also times when this territory would weaken, and only at such times would the stone mountain in the territory be exposed. There was no pattern to this phenomenon, but every time the blood prison opened, perhaps 1 in 10 times, the stone mountain in the territory would be exposed to the eyes of the world. Every time this happened, all the origin-returning realm masters who heard this news would be like cats that had smelled blood and would gather at the foot of the stone mountain in the territory, searching for a suitable position to comprehend the mysteries emanating from the stone mountain. This was much safer and more effective than breaking into the whirlpool in the territory. The mysteries emanating from the stone mountain in the territory could be easily absorbed by a cultivator, allowing them to spy on the mysteries of the territory. Some cultivator who originally had no chance to break through to the Origin King realm were able to do so because they encountered the stone mountain in the territory. For example, the old woman surnamed Lei from Sword Union was one of them. For tens of thousands of years, although the stone mountain had only appeared a few times in the territory, it still did not diminish the enthusiasm of the cultivator. At this moment, there were hundreds of third-order origin-returning realm masters gathered around the stone mountain in the territory. These people came from all corners of the star territory, either in groups of 3 or 5 or in groups of 7 or 8, occupying different positions. There were a total of 7 groups, all of them clearly divided. Among these groups, the ones with the largest number of people occupied the best positions, each of them revealing their imposing auras, the artifacts in their hands shining brightly as they looked around coldly. No one dared to provoke them, not only because they had the advantage in numbers, but also because their backgrounds were not small. The remaining groups, according to their strength, also occupied different geographical positions. Nearly 100 people had surrounded almost the entire stone mountain in the territory. Although there was still some open space left, there was a steady stream of cultivator who had heard the news and rushed here from all directions. It was not hard to imagine that these open spaces would eventually be occupied by the cultivator groups. Those who came late and didn't get a good position would definitely challenge the weaker groups and forcibly occupy the advantageous positions. On the left side of the stone mountain in the territory, 3 third-order origin-returning realm cultivator had gathered. Of the 3, 2 were known to Yang Kai, Qian Tong, and the beautiful woman from Star Emperor Mountain, Lin Yu Rao, while the other was someone Yang Kai had never met before. At this moment, the 3 of them were secretly circulating their Saint Qi, holding their most powerful artifacts in their hands as they vigilantly scanned their surroundings. The 3 of them had arrived early, so the positions they occupied were not bad, but as the number of cultivator groups continued to increase, some of them were already eyeing them with malicious intent, as if they were contemplating whether or not to attack the 3 of them and drive them away. If the 3 of them had not displayed enough strength, they would definitely not have been able to protect their territory. However, continuing to be vigilant was not a solution. The stone mountain had already appeared in the territory, and the powerful and numerous groups had already begun to comprehend the mysteries of the territory. If the 3 of them continued to delay like this, the gains would not make up for the losses. The 3 of them were intent on comprehending the mysteries of the stone mountain, but they did not dare to lower their guard. Chapter 1599. Elder Qian, Elder Yang, Elder Mo, and the others, have they responded? Among the 3, an old man in a brown robe looked around from time to time and asked Qian Tong in a low voice. Not yet. Qian Tong shook his head slowly and replied worriedly, I don't know where they went, my communication artifact can't contact them at all. What about Vice City Lord Ning? Have you contacted him yet? The old man sighed, I can't contact him either, I don't know where Brother Ning went. The 2 looked at each other and saw the anxiety and helplessness in each other's eyes. The old man was the city lord of Green Mountain's Star's Green Water City. When Yang Kai left Green Mountain Star and returned to Tong Xian Realm, Qian Tong and his group of 5 stayed behind to prepare to participate in the blood prison trial a few years later. The city lord of Green Water City was also very good at dealing with people. After learning that Qian Tong and the others had arrived, he tried his best to invite them to serve as Green Water City's honored guest elders. Qian Tong and the others did not want to cause any misunderstandings and also needed a place to settle down, so they readily agreed. Over the past few years, everyone got along quite well and there were no gaps or frictions between them. As soon as the blood prison trial opened, they entered the blood prison with the old man and the vice city lord surnamed Ning. Everyone here was a third-order origin returning realm master and had entered this place to comprehend the mysteries of their territory in hopes of prying into the mysteries of the origin king realm. Of course, it was impossible for all 7 of them to travel together. As such, everyone dispersed. A few days ago, when the old man heard the news of a stone mountain appearing in his territory, he immediately used his communication artifact to contact his companions, but only Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao had arrived. Yang Xiu Zhu, Chu Han Yi, MOU of Clear Sky Sect, and Green Water City's Vice City Lord Ning had not responded. Seeing that more and more people were arriving, Qian Tong and the others were naturally anxious. Without absolute strength and numbers, it was impossible to keep the territory they occupied at the moment. Not far away, a cultivator who had just arrived failed to grab a good spot and was looking over with ill intentions. However, there were too few of them, only 2, so they naturally did not act rashly. However, they were also constantly pouring their divine senses into the communication compass, as if they were trying to establish contact with someone. Once they called for help, the situation would be dire. Elder Lin, is there a response from your side? The elderly man turned his expectant gaze to Lin Yu Rao. The latter slowly shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. No. What should we do? The elderly man was anxious and uneasy. An enormous opportunity was right in front of him, yet he had no time or opportunity to comprehend it. He could only wait here, and this was even more unbearable than killing him. Wait for another half a day, just another half a day. If Elder Yang and the others still don't come, we will leave. The elderly man gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. Although the appearance of the stone mountain in his territory was a heaven-sent opportunity, he did not want to lose his life here. The stone mountain in his territory was still stable for the time being, but he believed that it would not be long before this place became chaotic. There would definitely be many cultivators fighting over the position. Leave. Qian Tong's expression became gloomy as his eyes filled with unwillingness. No one wanted to pry into the mysteries of the Origin King realm more than him from Shadowed Star. If Yang Kai had not taken him away from Shadowed Star and brought him here, he would never have been able to escape the shackles of world principles and would never have had the opportunity to touch the higher realms of the martial Tao. Yang Kai had given him this opportunity, and now that there was an even greater opportunity in front of him, he was naturally unwilling to take the initiative to leave. Oh! Just as he was feeling annoyed, Qian Tong's expression suddenly changed, and he poured his divine sense into the communication compass in his hand. Is someone coming? Green Water City's city lord saw Qian Tong's expression change and asked with joy. Lin Yu Rao's expression also changed as she turned her beautiful eyes towards Qian Tong. Qian Tong did not respond and continued to investigate the communication compass, only letting out a laugh after a while. Yes, someone is coming. Who is it? Is it Elder Yang, Elder Chu, or Elder Mo? None of them. Qian Tong slowly shook his head. None of them? Could it be Brother Ning? Green Water City's city lord's expression changed as he nodded. It's fine if Brother Ning is here, his strength is not weak. It's not Brother Ning either. Then who is it? Green Water City's city lord was stunned to the extreme. Qian Tong's group only had 5 people, and now there were 2 of them by his side. There were also more than 3 people who had come, causing him to be confused. Lin Yu Rao also wore a puzzled look as she stared at Qian Tong suspiciously, not understanding what he meant by this. Qian Tong chuckled, glanced at Lin Yu Rao, and said, Yang Kai is here. Lin Yu Rao's beautiful eyes lit up as she exclaimed in surprise, "Sect Master is here? How come he's here? Didn't he return to his homeland?" "I'm also quite surprised." Qian Tong chuckled, a look of relief on his face. Maybe he came back in time. When he left Green Mountain Star, didn't he say that if there was enough time, he might come back? "Elder Qian, are you sure? Are you sure that was Sect Master's response? How could I be wrong about such a thing?" Qian Tong shook his head repeatedly. "Although this old master is a bit old, I'm not so old that I'm confused, right?" "That's great." Lin Yu Rao jumped up with joy. "Since Sect Master is here, things will be much easier." The two of them spoke one after another, their words revealing their admiration for Yang Kai. Although Green Water City's city lord didn't know who Yang Kai was, from their expressions, he knew he had an incredible helper. Relaxing his tense mood, the city lord smiled as he turned to Lin Yu Rao and said, "Elder Lin, can you briefly tell the city lord about your sect master? This old master has never met him before, so when we meet later, I can't be too rude." The elderly man was well aware of Lin Yu Rao's strength and knew she was definitely stronger than him. Not only Lin Yu Rao, but Qian Tong's group of 5 also seemed to be much stronger than ordinary third-order origin returning realm masters. Their understanding of Shi was extremely profound, and their Saint Qi was incredibly dense. At first, the elderly man didn't quite understand why this was the case, but after interacting with them for a long time, he learned that the star Qian Tong and the others came from had a mysterious world principle that prevented them from breaking through to the Origin King realm, forcing them to temper themselves in the Origin Returning realm. As such, they were able to reach an extremely high level in the Origin Returning realm, surpassing the Origin realm masters of other stars. It wasn't unreasonable to take a sip and peck at everything. And someone who could be called sect master by a master like Lin Yu Rao was obviously stronger than her, right? Most likely, he had already taken half a step into the Origin King realm. Green Water City's city lord took it for granted. With the arrival of such a powerful helper, Green Water City's city lord was naturally overjoyed. What should I say about him? Lin Yu Rao couldn't help showing an awkward look on her face, as if she found it difficult to speak. It's hard to explain, but after you meet him, Brother Zhao will understand. Qian Tong smiled to the side, as if he also felt that explaining was useless. Yang Kai could not be judged by common sense. And that's fine. The elderly man nodded lightly, not insisting. In any case, they would meet in a while, so there was no point in asking now. But Brother Zhao, this Qian must tell you in advance that this sect Master Yang is not someone you can judge by his appearance. Qian Tong said casually. A person can't judge by his appearance? Green Water City's city lord frowned, his expression blank, not understanding what Qian Tong meant by this. He's here. Qian Tong's expression suddenly changed as he shouted in a low voice, raising his eyes and looking in a certain direction. When Green Water City's city lord heard this, he quickly pulled himself together and prepared to meet this powerful helper in his best state. A figure flew over from a very distant place at an extremely fast speed. When Qian Tong said those words, this figure was still far away on the horizon, only a small black dot visible, but after only 3 breaths of time, a handsome young man suddenly appeared not far from the stone mountain in Green Water City's territory. "Yang Kai, come here!" Qian Tong shouted. Around the stone mountain in Green Water City's territory, countless cultivators glared at him. Qian Tong couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh, realizing that his joy had been a little too conspicuous, so he quickly kept a low profile. Yang Kai, who had just arrived, first glanced at the huge stone mountain in Green Water City's territory, a trace of surprise flashing across his eyes before his figure flickered and he arrived in front of Qian Tong and the others, enthusiastically greeting them, "Elder Qian, Elder Lin." "Greetings, Sect Master." Lin Yu Rao quickly saluted. Yang Kai waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to be so polite, asking in amazement, "Why is it only the 2 of you here? Where are the others?" "I couldn't contact them, so I don't know where they went." Qian Tong smiled helplessly. "Have you returned from Green Water City?" Yang Kai nodded. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. With such a grand event like the Blood Prison trial, I was afraid you wouldn't be able to make it in time." Qian Tong laughed. Being able to come here is also a stroke of luck, Yang Kai replied casually, not saying too much. Being able to come here was indeed a stroke of luck. He had only gone to Monster Star to see Shanqing Luo. He had not expected to be able to come to the blood prison from Monster Star. Saying so, he glanced over at Green Water City Lord and asked suspiciously, "This is... Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is Green Water City Lord, Zhao Tianzhe, Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao, this is the Yang Kai I told you about." Zhao Tianzhe stared at Yang Kai in a daze, his expression extremely strange. Since Yang Kai appeared, Zhao Tianzhe had been scrutinizing him. After all, the previous conversation between Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao had greatly elevated Yang Kai's strength and status, causing Zhao Tianzhe to have high expectations for Yang Kai's arrival. Zhao Tianzhe thought that this person was a peak third-order origin returning realm master. He thought that this person would definitely be much stronger than Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao. But as soon as they met, Zhao Tianzhe realized that something was wrong. The person who had come was actually a young man, but that wasn't all, and the aura fluctuations coming from this person were actually only second-order origin returning realm. Zhao Tianzhe almost thought he was seeing things and repeatedly swept Yang Kai with his divine sense, only confirming that this person was really just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Zhao Tianzhe was so depressed he almost coughed up blood. Chapter 1600. The greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. At this moment, Zhao Tianzhe finally understood what Qian Tong meant when he said that a person could not be judged by their appearance. So this was what he was referring to. What could a mere second-order origin returning realm cultivator do? Even if he had the ability to fight above his realm, it was impossible for him to change the current situation. His arrival would not be of much help to the overall situation. It could only be said that they had gained an extra helper. Zhao Tianzhe's mood suddenly became depressed. However, he was still a city lord and had a good relationship with Qian Tong, Lin Yu Rao, and the others, so of course, he could not show his disappointment too obviously. Putting a smile on his face, Zhao Tian cupped his fists and greeted, "This Zhao greets Sect Master Yang." "Sect Master Yang? Sure enough, you are young and promising." This praise was obviously insincere and anyone could hear it. Yang Kai spoke politely and naturally did not make a fuss. Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao exchanged a glance but did not explain too much. They were well aware of Yang Kai's strength. It could be said that Yang Kai alone was equivalent to several third-order origin returning realm cultivators. This gave them the confidence to stay in this place. Oh, a second-order origin returning realm cultivator actually came here. He actually managed to survive in the blood prison for so long. His luck is quite good. But his luck is about to run out. I bet he won't live past today. He really doesn't know life from death, actually running so close to our territory's Stone Mountain. This little brat is really stupid. Not only did he fail to provide any help to his companions, but he also exposed the weakness of their team. Just watch, they're finished. Whispers suddenly rang out all around as countless cultivators stared at Yang Kai with a playful look on their faces, as if they were looking at some kind of rare treasure. Around the Stone Mountain in the territory, there were hundreds of origin returning realm masters, all of them third order. Yang Kai, a mere second-order cultivator, suddenly stood out from the crowd and naturally attracted everyone's attention. Yang Kai was unperturbed and didn't care about the clamor of those people. On the contrary, Zhao Tianzhe's expression became more and more uneasy. Originally, with him, Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao here, even if some people were eyeing them covetously, they could still rely on their momentum to stabilize the situation, but as soon as Yang Kai arrived, their position immediately became the focus of attention. Divine senses swept towards them and powerful auras pressed down on them, causing Yang Kai to feel somewhat uneasy. The arrival of this young man named Yang Kai seemed to have made their situation even more difficult. He looked left and right, and sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. "Yang Kai, there seems to be something wrong with these two, they've been staring at us." Qian Tong leaned over to Yang Kai and whispered, gesturing to the side as he spoke. Following his gaze, Yang Kai looked over and found two third-order origin returning realm cultivators standing not far away, constantly glancing towards them. Seeing Yang Kai's gaze, one of them did not avoid meeting his gaze and sneered. The other person was holding a communication compass in his hand and seemed to be communicating with someone. I know, Yang Kai nodded lightly, a trace of suspicion flashing across his face. He vaguely felt that the clothes these two were wearing were somewhat familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. However, Yang Kai had lived on Shadowed Star all this time and rarely interacted with Cultivator from other stars, so he couldn't remember when he had seen them. Was it in the Emperor Garden? Yang Kai thought secretly. Only when the Emperor Garden was open did he have frequent contact with Cultivator from other stars. By the way, where is this place? What is this huge territory stone? Why are there so many people gathered here? Yang Kai withdrew his gaze and asked curiously. He had sensed Qian Tong's summons and hurried here. As for the stone mountains in the territory, he knew nothing about them. This is a stone mountain in the territory. Qian Tong replied, we only just learned that there is such a thing in the blood prison. As for the specific situation, I'll have to ask Brother Zhao to explain it to you, he knows more about it. Then I'll have to trouble City Lord Zhao. Yang Kai cupped his fist to Zhao Tianze. Sect Master Yang is too polite. Zhao Tianze laughed dryly. Zhao Tianze let out a hollow laugh. Although he was still a little uneasy, it wasn't a problem for him to explain the mysteries of the lower territory's stone mountains to Yang Kai. Hearing him say this, Kai Yang's interest was piqued. So, the probability of a stone mountain appearing in the territory is very small? That's only natural. Out of the 10 blood prison trials, Domain Stone Mountain may only appear once. Apart from that, it is enveloped by an extremely terrifying domain all year round, making it impossible for anyone to approach. Zhao Tianze nodded. Has no one ever thought about taking it away? Yang Kai stared at the huge territory stone with burning eyes. Such a large piece of territory stone, if it could be taken away, presumably even an origin king would be envious, right? If placed in any sect, this stone would become a hallowed treasure and many origin kings would be born because of it. The gentle territory field it exuded allowed one to safely comprehend it. Sect Master Yang must be joking. Zhao Tianze's mouth twitched, not to mention that this territory stone is extremely heavy and no one can move it, even if someone could, they wouldn't dare touch it. Why is that? Yang Kai was stunned. If a powerful hidden territory field is triggered, who can resist it? Zhao Tianze's expression became solemn as he stared at Yang Kai with a strange expression. He wanted to say that Yang Kai was a bit ignorant, but he was too embarrassed to say so. So that's how it is. Yang Kai gently nodded, finally understanding the peculiarity of this stone mountain in the territory. Staring at the stone mountain in the territory for a while, he suddenly grinned. But this is really an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. Since we've come here and occupied a good place, let's not waste any more time and quickly comprehend this stone mountain. I can see many of them are already doing so. With just the few of us? Zhao Tianze was stunned. Who else are we waiting for? It's not that we're waiting for anyone, it's just that with just the few of us, if we're attacked while we're comprehending this stone mountain, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Tianze worriedly pointed to the group with the largest number of people and said, Sect Master Yang, look over there are quite a few of them, so 2 of them can stand guard while everyone else can focus on comprehending the stone mountain, but there are only 4 of us. I'll take over for you, the 3 of you can comprehend this stone mountain, Yang Kai said generously. This. Zhao Tianze was stunned but also showed a trace of gratitude. Although he was a little disappointed with Yang Kai's arrival, Yang Kai's actions had undoubtedly touched him. Regardless of his strength, this young man's character was still quite good. Sect Master, I'll do it, Lin Yu Rao volunteered. No need, don't waste time, Yang Kai waved his hand and urged, the earlier you comprehend this stone mountain, the more benefits you'll obtain. All right then. Qian Tong pondered for a moment before nodding. Then Yang Kai, I'll leave it to you, we won't immerse ourselves in this stone mountain. If anything happens, we'll be the first to react. Once I've comprehended this stone mountain, I'll switch with you. Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao glanced at each other before sitting down cross-legged. Zhao Tianzhe hesitated for a moment before leaning over to Qian Tong and whispering, "Elder Qian, can we really do this?" He really didn't feel comfortable leaving his safety in Yang Kai's hands, so he would rather have Qian Tong or Lin Yu Rao standing next to him. When Yang Kai does things, you can rest assured. Qian Tong reached out and patted him on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Zhao Tianzhe smiled bitterly. He really didn't know where Qian Tong's confidence in Yang Kai came from, but seeing that both he and Lin Yu Rao had closed their eyes and were meditating, Zhao Tianzhe couldn't help but grit his teeth and sit down cross-legged. However, he didn't dare immerse himself too deeply in this stone mountain, lest he failed to react in time. Seeing that the three of them had entered a meditative state, Yang Kai also sat down cross-legged and stared at the stone mountain in front of him with great interest. Before this, he couldn't have imagined that there would be such a large piece of territory stone in the blood prison. He had explored several dozen territory vortexes and had only obtained a total of 3 pieces, each of which was only the size of a fist, one of which had been given to Shuesunde. Such a large piece of territory stone, if he could obtain it, Yang Kai was greatly tempted, his eyes rolling as he grinned meaningfully. Just as he was thinking about this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he turned his head to look to the side. Not far away, a group of 4 people was rushing over, and a moment later, the 4 of them arrived in front of the stone mountain in his territory. Stopping in their tracks, they all stared at the stone mountain in his territory with scorching eyes, their breathing rapid, each of them showing a look of joy and excitement. The appearance of a stone mountain in his territory was an opportunity for anyone. "You're finally here." Someone greeted them and complained. Yang Kai looked carefully and recognized this person as the one who had sneered at him before. He and his companion had been contacting someone and had been paying attention to Qian Tong and the others. It seemed that the companion they had contacted before had arrived. "We ran into some trouble on the way. We met a dragon lady." The man in the lead replied in a deep voice. "A dragon lady?" The person who asked was stunned. "I don't know where she came from, but she was ridiculously strong. If it weren't for the 4 of us, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to defeat her. Fortunately, there were more of us and we managed to injure her, but unfortunately she managed to escape," the man in the lead replied angrily. "That dragon lady was really beautiful. Brother Kai, you didn't see her, but if you did, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to walk," someone giggled. "Are you exaggerating?" The cultivator surnamed Kai curled his lips, obviously not believing him. "I'm not exaggerating, that dragon lady was definitely the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life, but the aura she gave off was also very strange, somewhat similar to monster chi, but also somewhat similar to human saint chi. It's a mix, I can't really tell." "Forget it, let's not talk about that dragon lady." The man in the lead waved his hand, interrupting the man's chatter. "Brother Kai, what's the situation here?" "That's about it," the man in the lead shrugged. The man surnamed Kai shrugged. "As you can see, there's only so much space around Domain Stone Mountain. The innermost layer has already been occupied by those who came here first, but there's still a lot of space on the outside." Chapter 1601. Hearing this, the man leading the group frowned and said unhappily, "I don't want to be too far away from the stone mountains in our territory. What's the point of being too far away? I want the innermost position." "Then we'll have to snatch it." The man surnamed Kai grinned. "Have you found a suitable target yet?" "I've found one," the man surnamed Kai said. He glanced back towards the position where Yang Kai and the others were and chuckled meaningfully, "And the position isn't bad." The man leading the group glanced towards the position where Yang Kai and the others were and immediately showed a satisfied look, nodding. "The position is indeed good, we'll take this one." "They won't necessarily give in," the man surnamed Kai chuckled. Noticing that Yang Kai's eyes were fixed on them, he shot a cold glance back. "That little brat seems to have been paying attention to us. Since we've chosen them, they have no choice but to give in." The man leading the group coldly snorted, meeting Yang Kai's gaze head-on and striding forward. The other 5 followed closely behind. their auras extremely sharp. In a flash, the 6 people arrived 10 meters in front of Yang Kai and the others. The man leading the group looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly and coldly asked, "Boy, where did you come from?" Yang Kai grinned and said lightly, "From Shadowed Star." Shadowed Star? The man leading the group frowned and curled his lips. "Never heard of it. This king has taken a fancy to your place. Quickly move out, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite." Yang Kai sat on the ground, picked his ear casually, and snorted, "Sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Can you say it again?" The man leading the group sneered, "Boy, you've got guts. This king believes you're not deaf. This king won't repeat himself twice. If you know what's good for you, scram quickly. If you don't want to die." The 5 people behind him let out low chuckles, and their threatening intent was very strong. "What is this? Everyone, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. Why get so worked up?" Zhao Tianzhe suddenly stood up with a helpless look on his face. Although Yang Kai had said that he would be responsible for comprehending the mysteries emanating from the stone mountains in his territory, how could Zhao Tianzhe be at ease to entrust his life to Yang Kai? No matter how much Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao admired him, to Zhao Tianzhe, Yang Kai was just a stranger. Moreover, it was an unfamiliar second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Therefore, he did not immerse himself in his thoughts. The moment there was a commotion, he immediately noticed it and quickly jumped out to smooth things over. "This one is Green Mountain Star's Greenwater City's City Lord, Zhao Tianzhe. Greetings, friends, may I ask for your names?" Zhao Tianzhe chuckled and cupped his fists. The man leading the group looked at Zhao Tianzhe and then glanced towards Yang Kai, secretly thinking that Zhao Tianzhe was the one in charge here. As for Yang Kai, who had a lower cultivation, he was just following orders. The man's expression eased greatly as he quickly said, "This king is Scarlet Wave Star's Brilliant Flame Sect's Zhang Qing. These are my friends and fellow disciples from Scarlet Wave Star." Scarlet Wave Star? Brilliant Flame Sect? Yang Kai raised his brow, finally remembering why he felt this name was familiar before. When he met Su Dingyang, who had been strangled in his territory, he had said that he was from Scarlet Wave Star. Yang Kai felt very strange at that time, as if he had heard the name of this star somewhere before. Now, after hearing Zhang Qing's self-introduction, Yang Kai immediately understood. Back in the Emperor Garden, he had met a cultivator from Scarlet Wave Star. Moreover, there were 2 groups of people. One group was this cultivator from Brilliant Flame Sect, while the other was called Ice Heart Valley. At that time, the 2 groups were fighting to the death over the ownership of an ancient cave mansion. Yang Kai happened to pass by and was involved. In the end, Yang Kai even participated and helped the woman from Ice Heart Valley kill a few cultivators from Brilliant Flame Sect. The true alchemy enlightenment scripture and the purple origin furnace were obtained from that hidden ancient cave mansion. No wonder the robes worn by this man surnamed Kai looked familiar. It turned out that he had met him before. Yang Kai grinned with a playful look on his face. "So it is friends from Brilliant Flame Sect." Zhao Tianzhe's complexion changed slightly as he hurriedly said, "Forgive my rudeness." Obviously, he had heard of Brilliant Flame Sect before. Zhang Qing wore a proud look on his face as he nodded lightly. "Since this friend has heard of my Brilliant Flame Sect, this matter is simple. Quickly ask your companions to clean up and give up their positions. This king does not want to be too harsh. As long as you withdraw, this king can guarantee that he will not hurt you." This. Zhao Tianzhe's expression became bitter as he hesitated for a moment before saying, "Please forgive me, Brother Zhang, but this matter cannot be decided by me alone. Please allow this Zhao to discuss this matter with these friends." "There's nothing to discuss. This place is not for you to take. Go find another spot," Lin Yu Rao's tender voice called out. She and Qian Tong had long ago been alarmed and had been sitting there watching coldly, but now that they heard Zhao Tianzhe's words, they naturally could not bear to back down. She and Qian Tong shared the same determination to reach the Origin King realm. "Don't you think this is a bit too much?" Qian Tong's face sank as he stared at Zhang Qing and the others coldly. "Too much?" Zhang Qing sneered. "This king doesn't think it's too much. This king is giving you a chance to live, It's up to you to grasp it. If you dare speak any more nonsense, I'll kill you all. The man surnamed Kai shouted, his expression becoming impatient. Everyone please calm down, calm down. Zhao Tianzhe frowned as he motioned to Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao not to speak first before turning to Zhang Qing. Brother Zhang, please wait a moment, I'll speak to them and give you an answer later. Good. Since you're half a landlord, this king will give you face, but there's not much time, I want an answer in half a cup of tea's time. Zhang Qing reminded coldly. Zhao Tianzhe nodded bitterly before turning to Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao and helplessly asking, "Two friends, do you really not want to back down?" Qian Tong looked at him faintly. "What's wrong? Does Brother Zhao want to withdraw from here?" Zhao Tianzhe slowly shook his head. "If possible, how could I be willing to withdraw from here? It's just that they outnumber us now, so if we don't follow their wishes, we won't have a good ending." Qian Tong frowned slightly and said with some surprise, "Brother Zhao's courage isn't so small, right? You are a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. What kind of storms have you not seen? Why are you so afraid of this brilliant flame sect? What is their background that makes you so afraid?" Zhao Tianzhe's mouth twitched as he smiled bitterly. "Elder Qian can see through it? And I won't hide it from you, I am indeed a little afraid of them. Brilliant Flame Sect is based on Scarlet Wave Star, so logically speaking, they have nothing to do with my Green Mountain Star, but their Supreme Elder seems to have a good relationship with the Star Master of Green Mountain Star. We can't afford to offend this group of people." The Star Master of Green Mountain Star. Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao both narrowed their eyes. Having lived on Green Mountain Star for 2 or 3 years, they naturally knew that there was a powerful Star Master here, a second-order origin king. "Do you two understand what I mean?" Zhao Tianzhe looked at them worriedly. "I understand, but whether or not we should withdraw, I will listen to Sect Master. If Sect Master tells me to withdraw, I will withdraw, and if Sect Master tells me to stay, I will stay." Lin Yu Rao raised her eyes and looked at Yang Kai. "Listen to him." Zhao Tianzhe looked depressed, never having expected that the final decision would still be in Yang Kai's hands. "Yang Kai, do you want to withdraw or stay?" Qian Tong also looked over. "This old master will stay with you." "Do we need to withdraw?" Yang Kai curled his lips. "Naturally we should stay. How can we miss such a good opportunity? As for those people, rest assured, if they court death, I will fulfill their wishes." "With your words, this old master can rest assured." Qian Tong chuckled while Lin Yu Rao also looked excited. Zhao Tianzhe was really speechless as he stared at Yang Kai in a daze. "Do you still not understand the situation? If you want to court death, why drag Elder Qian and Elder Lin with you? They have put their lives in your hands, you should at least take some responsibility. Don't speak so arrogantly. In the end, you will only suffer." He was obviously a little angry and no longer spoke politely to Yang Kai. "If City Lord Zhao feels it is inappropriate, you can leave on your own." Yang Kai looked at him faintly. "I am not forcing you to stay and live or die with us." Zhao Tianzhe was so angry that he could only point at Yang Kai, unable to say a word. When Zhang Qing and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but laugh. They suddenly felt that these 4 people were quite interesting. In the face of a great disaster, not only were they not united, they were even fighting amongst themselves. "This old master won't bicker with you." Zhao Tianzhe was almost angered to death by Yang Kai. Turning to Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao, he said, "The 2 of you, leave with me, otherwise, they will definitely not be polite." Qian Tong sighed. "Brother Zhao, after working together for several years, this Qian is well aware of your character. This Qian understands that you are doing this for our own good. However, there is no need to mention this matter. You should withdraw first." Lin Yu Rao pursed her lips and smiled. "You don't need to go too far, perhaps you will return later." Zhao Tianzhe was stunned. Of course, he understood the hidden meaning in Lin Yu Rao's words, but he couldn't believe it. Glancing at Yang Kai indifferently, Zhao Tianzhe sighed. "I don't know why Elder Qian and Elder Lin have so much confidence in you, but I hope you know what you are doing." After saying so, he walked out disheartened. He had done his best, but Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao weren't willing to listen to his advice, so there was nothing he could do. He also didn't have the confidence to stay and help Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao fight against the enemy, so he could only choose to leave. Zhang Qing and the others looked at him coldly. There was no need for him to explain, they already knew the result. Sure enough, they didn't try to embarrass Zhao Tianzhe and instead just swarmed towards Yang Kai's group of 3. It looks like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin? Zhang Qing sneered, his eyes as cold as a knife as he said in an unfriendly tone, "Don't blame this king for not giving you a chance, you asked for it." Saying so, an extremely sharp shear suddenly spread out and enveloped Yang Kai's group of 3. Chapter 1602. Next to the stone mountain in his territory, Brilliant Flame Sex Zhang Qing wore a fierce expression as he released his shear to envelop Yang Kai and the others. His shear seemed to be mixed with a special kind of domain, and as soon as it spread out, it made one feel as if they were standing in the middle of a volcanic crater, scorching hot as if they were about to be roasted alive. Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao's faces changed slightly as they released their shear to resist this pressure. Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of interest. Zhang Qing really had the capital to act so arrogantly. His shear had obviously reached the minor accomplishment stage. Shear was a special kind of power that could be condensed as long as a cultivator broke through to the third-order origin returning realm. As one's cultivation increased, the power of their shear would also increase. However, if one wanted to cultivate their shear to the minor accomplishment stage, they would need to integrate their own unique kind of power into their shear in order to strengthen it. For example, Yang Kai was able to integrate his space force into his shear. And this Zhang Qing was obviously able to do the same, as his shear contained the power of fire. Among all third-order origin returning realm cultivators, only about 20% of them were able to cultivate their shear to the minor accomplishment stage, and Zhang Qing was undoubtedly one of them. Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao were also among them, so they were able to resist the oppression of Zhang Qing's shear. This was also the fundamental reason why Zhao Tianzhe felt inferior to Qian Tong and the others. In front of Yang Kai and the others, there seemed to be an invisible barrier that blocked Zhang Qing's shear, preventing it from advancing any further. Zhang Qing couldn't help feeling shocked as a look of shock appeared in his eyes. If Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao were able to resist him, he could understand. After all, these two were also third-order cultivators like him. But what was going on with this young man? He was clearly only a second-order cultivator, so how could he have cultivated his shear to the minor accomplishment stage? He seemed to be having a much easier time resisting his shear than the other two behind him. Yang Kai's violent shear was like a gentle breeze to him, unable to shake him in the slightest. Zhang Qing looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. His heart was shaken. Small success in shear. Yang Kai nodded lightly with a playful smile on his face. Not bad. As he spoke, he casually glanced around. Ever since Zhang Qing and the others arrived, countless pairs of eyes had been looking in their direction, as if they were waiting for the scene of a great battle to break out. There were also some people whose expressions flickered, and it was unknown if they were scheming something. Yang Kai observed the situation and knew that if he didn't display enough strength this time, even if he forced Zhang Qing and the others to retreat, there might still be others who would come to provoke him. There would be no end to it. After all, their lack of manpower was their biggest weakness. Sneering in his heart, Yang Kai pointed at a cultivator behind Zhang Qing and asked, "I heard you say that you met a dragon lady?" The cultivator was stunned. He didn't know why Yang Kai would ask about this at this time. His face turned cold and he replied in a deep voice, "So what? Is the dragon lady wearing a red dress?" "That's right." "You injured her?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, a dangerous aura flashing in them. "I injured her, but unfortunately, it was only a single palm. I wasn't able to take her life." The cultivator sneered. "Very good." Yang Kai nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly became blurry. In the next moment, he disappeared without a trace, as if he had disappeared into thin air. Although it happened suddenly, Zhang Qing and the others reacted quickly. Which one of them hadn't experienced countless life or death battles to be able to cultivate to the third-order origin returning realm? Shocked, they all opened their eyes wide and searched for any trace of Yang Kai. They found nothing. There was no trace of Yang Kai at all. Yang Kai's figure appeared in the middle of Zhang Qing and the others like a ghost. With a cold expression, he opened his hand and grabbed at the cultivator who had just spoken. "Watch out!" Someone next to him shouted. The cultivator was furious and was about to counterattack, but Yang Kai had already grabbed his head and poured his Saint Qi into his body. Like a hot knife through butter, Yang Kai broke through the layers of Saint Qi protection inside his body and poured it into his 5 viscera and 6 organs. Then, Yang Kai took a step and threw out his arm. The cultivator was directly flung away by Yang Kai. In midair, he suddenly let out a miserable howl, as if he was suffering some kind of inhumane torture. Then, with a muffled bang, his whole body suddenly exploded. Blood and organs scattered everywhere, and the smell of blood filled the air. "I forgot to tell you, that dragon lady is my woman." Yang Kai's expression was ferocious. Everyone was stunned. Trembling, they stared at the blood and flesh floating down from the sky. Looking at the arrogant Yang Kai who seemed to be unaware of the danger, they even forgot to breathe at this moment. With just one blow, he had instantly killed a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. This was something no third-order cultivator could accomplish. Only an origin king realm master could do so. But the young man who killed this cultivator was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, a cultivation lower than any other cultivator present. The subtle difference in realms, the intense visual conflict, and the unexpected ending formed a clear psychological contrast, making everyone keep quiet out of fear. Those who had thought about bullying Kai Yang and the others before but didn't make a move couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. They secretly rejoiced that they hadn't bullied Kai Yang and the others at that time. Otherwise, their fates would have been very miserable. "Little brat, you dare!" Zhang Qing's fist seemed to burn, and the high temperature caused space to distort. As he punched out, a fiery flood dragon rushed towards Yang Kai. The moment Zhang Qing attacked, his companions also summoned their artifacts one after another, their Saint Qi surging wildly as the brilliance of their artifacts blossomed. A mysterious Shi suddenly broke through the blockade of Zhang Qing's Shi and suppressed them instead. At this moment, everyone's aura was fiercely suppressed back into their bodies, unable to be released at all. Not only that, the space around them solidified, making it difficult for them to move. The circulation of their Saint Qi also seemed to be affected, and the brilliance of the artifacts in their hands suddenly dimmed. The suppression of Shi. They knew better than anyone the reason for this. They had already fallen into Yang Kai's Shi and were unable to extricate themselves. In the past, they had used this method to deal with enemies whose cultivation was lower than their own, and it had worked time and time again. Now, they were being suppressed by a mere second-order cultivator. No one would believe it if they said this, but it was the truth. Their eyes trembled as their muscles bulged as they desperately pushed their Saint Qi, trying to break free from Yang Kai's suppression. Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao, however, did not give them a chance to breathe. Qian Tong let out a roar and summoned a coin-like artifact from his finger. This copper coin exuded a dazzling golden light, and as soon as it appeared, it split into 2, then 4, then 8. The sky was filled with golden copper coins, and from the central hole of each copper coin, an extremely sharp attack suddenly shot out towards the enemy like a swarm of locusts, creating a terrifying momentum. Lin Yu Rao's tender body twisted as a multicolored ribbon flew out from her hand and wrapped around one of the enemies. Immediately, the sound of bones breaking rang out from this enemy's body and filthy blood gushed from his mouth. By the time the multicolored ribbon flew back to Lin Yu Rao's hand, the enemy had already collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, his aura barely discernible. Yang Kai laughed wildly, not paying any attention to the enemies except for Zhang Qing. Everyone else could be dealt with by Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao. Neither of them was weaker than Zhang Qing, so the two of them working together to deal with the enemies suppressed by their Shi was a piece of cake. Yang Kai divided his attention and divided a part of his Shi to contend with Zhang Qing's while at the same time focusing his mind. Accompanied by a high-pitched bird cry, the Firebird artifact spirit appeared. "Kill him!" Yang Kai shouted as he pounced towards Zhang Qing. The Firebird artifact spirit flapped its wings and descended like a meteor from the ninth heaven, landing directly above Zhang Qing's head, opening its mouth wide and constantly spitting out fireballs containing violent power. Zhang Qing's complexion changed drastically, not having expected the situation to become like this. The screams coming from all around him terrified him, and the joint attack of Yang Kai and the Firebird artifact spirit was even more difficult for him to cope with. After resisting for less than 3 breaths, Zhang Qing's lower abdomen was pierced by Yang Kai's punishing heaven spear, and the Firebird took advantage of this opportunity to smash a fireball directly into his head. Zhang Qing's hair was burnt and he cut a sorry figure as he grit his teeth and glared at Yang Kai, a look of extreme resentment flashing across his face as a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body, accompanied by the faint sound of thunder. Thin arcs of lightning also appeared on the surface of his body, giving off an astonishing momentum. With a flash of golden light, Yang Kai flicked his finger and sent out a golden blood thread, catching Zhang Qing off guard and binding him up. Looking at him with a playful look, Yang Kai sneered, "Do you think I don't know you cultivate the heaven's scorching thunder fire? Do you want to use this secret technique to take me down with you?" "How do you know?" Zhang Qing's face changed slightly. "Because I killed a few people from your Brilliant Flame sect in the Emperor Garden." Yang Kai's expression became fierce as the golden blood thread that bound Zhang Qing suddenly contracted. Walla. The extremely sharp golden blood thread broke through Zhang Qing's Saint Qi defenses and cut him into countless pieces, scattering his body on the ground. The battle ended, only 10 breaths of time had passed, so fast that it was difficult to follow. On Scarlet Wave Star's side, the 6 cultivators led by Brilliant Flame Sect's Zhang Qing had been completely wiped out. On the other hand, Yang Kai and his 2 companions were unscathed. The audience was shocked. All the cultivators stared at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a monster, a look of disbelief flashing across their eyes. They had watched this battle from beginning to end, so naturally, they knew how big of a role Yang Kai had played. It could be said that he had single-handedly suppressed Zhang Qing's group of 6. If it were not for his Shi being so powerful, Qian Tong and Lin Yurao would not have been able to kill their enemies so easily. Of the 6 cultivators, only Zhang Qing was able to release his Shi slightly from his body. The other 5 were unable to release their Shi at all and were all suppressed inside their bodies, unable to play the slightest role. How could an origin-returning realm cultivator who could not display the power of his Shi be an origin-returning realm cultivator? Chapter 1603. Zhang Qing and the others did not seem to be facing a second-order origin-returning realm opponent, but a genuine origin king. Around the stone mountains in the territory, everyone's eyes became dignified as they stared at Yang Kai. They realized that this was an extremely terrifying opponent. Many of the cultivator groups who were closer to Yang Kai and the others retreated without a trace, subconsciously opening up some distance from Yang Kai, as if they were avoiding the plague. A purple thunder fire emerged from Zhang Qing's body. This thunder fire not only contained the scorching heat of fire but also the violent power of lightning. It was a secret technique that all powerful cultivators in Brilliant Flame Sect were proficient in cultivating. Last time in the Emperor Garden, the beautiful woman from Ice Heart Valley named Tan Ting he had told Yang Kai that Brilliant Flame Sect had a heavenly thunder fire, which was the foundation of Brilliant Flame Sect and its hallowed treasure. If a cultivator in Brilliant Flame Sect was strong enough, they would use the power of this heavenly thunder fire to cultivate their secret technique. Zhang Qing was obviously qualified. As soon as this heavenly thunder fire that belonged to Zhang Qing appeared, the Firebird artifact spirit swooped down like it had been injected with chicken blood, bit down on it, and swallowed it into its belly while letting out a joyful cry. "Come back," Yang Kai called out, and the artifact spirit immediately turned into a streak of fire and flew back into Yang Kai's body before disappearing. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai found that everyone seemed to be still immersed in shock and had yet to recover. Many of them were subconsciously avoiding his gaze, as if they were afraid of being stared at. Yang Kai chuckled and declared loudly, "Rest assured, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. I just want a more spacious territory. Everyone can do whatever they want." Hearing what he said, the vigilant cultivator breathed a sigh of relief and their tense expressions gradually eased. With the strength Yang Kai had just shown, if he had set his sights on any team, that team would definitely not have had a good ending. Zhang Qing's group of 6 had died without even a chance to resist. The strongest team here only had 9 people, so no one had the confidence to resist Yang Kai's violent attacks and resolve his powerful Shi. "Continue with your meditation, I don't think anyone will disturb you now," Yang Kai motioned to Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao. The two looked at each other with blank expressions, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. When they saw Yang Kai take action just now, they had joined him. Without hesitation, they had not expected victory, but victory had come so easily. But their opponents had been powerless. When they killed their opponents, they had clearly felt their opponents' powerlessness. As a result, now that the battle was over, the two of them felt like they were dreaming. "Yang Kai, you seem to have grown a lot. Did you gain a lot in the blood prison?" Qian Tong looked at him suspiciously. The last time he joined with Yang Kai to attack Shadowed Star's 3 great leaders, Yang Kai had not been so terrifying. At that time, although Qian Tong felt that Yang Kai's potential was infinite, in the end he had not yet fully matured, so he felt that his strength might be on par with Yang Kai's. But now he could only look up to him. The improvement of his cultivation was only a small part of the reason. His attainments in Shi were Yang Kai's greatest assets. Qian Tong vaguely felt that Yang Kai's gains from this trip to the blood prison were not small. "Not bad," Yang Kai nodded lightly, not explaining too much. Qian Tong gently nodded, collected his thoughts, and no longer thought about it. Just as he was about to sit down cross-legged, he suddenly said, "By the way, Yang Kai, brother Zhao, you decide." Yang Kai smiled brightly before sitting down cross-legged. Qian Tong nodded, thought about it for a moment, then walked over to Zhao Tianzhe, who was standing in place like a fool, and whispered to him. After a while, Zhao Tianzhe returned with a guilty look on his face, found a place, and sat down cross-legged, staring at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. He really felt guilty. Before, he had been afraid of death and had not stayed behind to share the joys and sorrows of Qian Tong and the others, but now that all his enemies had been killed, he had come to pick up the benefits. Zhao Tianzhe felt quite ashamed. If it had been anything else, Zhao Tianzhe would have most likely refused. A person should always have some dignity. However, the temptation of the stone mountains in the territory was too great for him, so even if he felt embarrassed, he could only grit his teeth and return. Now that he sat down, he felt his old face burning hot. "Brother Zhao, don't think too much." In that situation just now, anyone who didn't understand Yang Kai's background would have made the same choice. You don't have to feel embarrassed. How could this Qian not understand Brother Zhao's character? Qian Tong comforted. Zhao Tianzhe smiled bitterly as he glanced over at Yang Kai, but seeing that he was motionless and had no intention of speaking, Zhao Tianzhe sighed and said sincerely, "This Zhao is grateful." He was too embarrassed to speak. Qian Tong patted him on the shoulder, motioning him to feel free to meditate. The stone mountains in the territory were surrounded by hundreds of third-order origin returning realm cultivator, all of them occupying different positions. Yang Kai's group occupied the largest position, so even if there were only 4 of them, no one dared to offend them. The corpses and blood on the ground were evidence of the great battle that had just taken place. On both sides of Yang Kai's small group, there was a large empty space that no one dared to occupy. From time to time, cultivators who heard the news would join in, and when they saw the empty space on both sides, their eyes couldn't help but light up. They wanted to occupy it, but when they saw the corpses on the ground, their expressions changed and they finally gave up reluctantly. Half a day later, the stone mountains in the territory had been surrounded twice. The number of cultivators here had already reached 200, and there were still more cultivators coming from afar. Conflict inevitably occurred. The larger groups all wanted to occupy the better positions, but the cultivator groups that arrived first naturally wouldn't give up, and the two sides began to fight. From time to time, someone would scream and die. The area around the stone mountains in the territory had become a graveyard for third-order origin returning realm masters. These famous masters from the major cultivation stars fell one after another, and the scene was extremely intense. But no matter how frequent the fighting was, Yang Kai's group of 4 didn't encounter any more provocation. They occupied a large space, and the people on both sides were far away from them. This was enough to explain the situation. Anyone with a little brain would understand that this small group was not to be trifled with, so naturally, no one would come looking for trouble. Qian Tong, Lin Yu Rao, and Zhao Tianze were already immersed in the wonders of the stone mountains in the territory. Yang Kai didn't meditate, but instead sat cross-legged on the ground to protect them. It seemed like he was preventing people from causing trouble, but there was a strange smile on his face as he stared at the territory stone in front of him. His gaze was as if he was looking at something that was already in his bag. One day later, many cultivators who were meditating vaguely noticed that something was wrong. As time passed, the various mysteries emanating from the stone mountains in the territory seemed to be weakening. At first, they thought it was just an illusion, but after careful investigation, they realized it was true. The stone mountains in the territory were really slowly losing their effects. This discovery puzzled the cultivator, none of them understanding why the stone mountains in the territory, which had existed for countless years, would suddenly undergo such a change. 2 days later, more cultivators discovered this matter, and soon, everyone knew about it. Whispers rang out one after another. What's going on? It's only been a few days, how can the stone mountains in the territory be so weak? You also feel the same? I thought that I was mistaken. Could it be that there are too many people meditating here? That's why the power of the stone mountains in the territory has been completely absorbed? Nonsense. When has the appearance of a stone mountain in the territory not attracted so many people? In the past, there were always more people coming here, and there had never been a problem before, so why would there be a problem this time? Could it be that the stone mountains in the territory are really going to lose their effects? Don't talk nonsense, it's important to quickly meditate while it's still a little bit useful. Once it completely loses its effect, it will be a dead mountain. The strange changes in the stone mountains in the territory made every cultivator here aware of the crisis, and they spared no effort to comprehend the mysteries, hoping to obtain the greatest benefits. On the 3rd day, the cultivator outside the stone mountains in the territory could no longer feel any magical concepts. Only those cultivators close to the stone mountains in the territory could gain some benefits. On the 4th day, the cultivator in the inner layer also found it difficult to comprehend anything. The effect of the stone mountains in the territory seemed to have weakened to the lowest level. This kind of thing had never happened before. The stone mountains in the territory were the treasures of the blood prison, and had existed for tens of thousands of years. No one understood what all this was. Only the smile hidden in Yang Kai's eyes grew stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a light cracking sound came from a certain location. Although the sound was extremely soft, it attracted the attention of many people. Looking in the direction of the sound, in an instant, many cultivators' eyes trembled. A crack actually appeared in the stone mountains in the territory. Someone exclaimed, as if he had discovered something incredible. What? A crack appeared in the stone mountains in the territory? Impossible. Some people were unwilling to believe it. What was a stone mountain in the territory? It was simply a huge stone in the territory. It had existed here for tens of thousands of years, so how could a crack appear on it? But just as this voice of doubt sounded, more cracks appeared on the stone mountains in the territory. Those tiny cracks were like spiders, densely packed and crisscrossing. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk, not good, the stone mountains in the territory are going to be destroyed. It actually broke? Ha, I've struck gold this time. I was worried about not being able to take away such a big thing, but it actually broke by itself. The heavens are really helping me. All kinds of shouts sounded in an instant. All the cultivators got up one after another, some with dignified expressions, some with excited expressions, all of them paying attention to the stone mountains in the territory, each with different ideas in their hearts. A hostile atmosphere suddenly filled the air. Many cultivators who had been getting along peacefully were now looking around, as if treating any stranger as a competitor. They all had ideas about the stone mountains in the territory. Yang Kai. Qian Tong swallowed a mouthful of saliva and also looked at the stone mountains in the territory with fiery eyes. Yang Kai frowned and expanded his divine sense. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly and he shouted, "Quickly retreat!" Chapter 1604. Retreat. Qian Tong was stunned, not understanding why Yang Kai was so nervous. "Go! If we don't leave now, it'll be too late." Yang Kai didn't bother to explain and instead shouted loudly while retreating quickly. Before he left though, he pulled Lin Yu Rao along with him. Lin Yu Rao was confused but didn't resist, allowing Yang Kai to drag her along and soon retreating several dozen meters. "Brother Qian." Zhao Tianzhe looked helpless and turned his eyes to Qian Tong for help. "Listen to Yang Kai." Qian Tong didn't hesitate to turn into a stream of light and follow closely behind Yang Kai. He didn't know why Yang Kai made such a choice, but he chose to trust Yang Kai unconditionally. Perhaps, Yang Kai had his own reasons. Seeing the three of them retreat, Zhao Tianzhe stood in place and hesitated for a moment before slapping his thigh in annoyance and following them. The scene had become chaotic. As the cracks on the stone mountains in their territory increased, countless cultivators rushed forward, trying to snatch the shattered territory stones. There were also some people who were shrewd enough to hear Yang Kai's shout and realize that something was wrong, but instead of wading into these muddy waters, they quietly retreated. When something abnormal happened, there was always a reason, not to mention the fact that the stone mountains in their territory were about to shatter. However, there weren't many people like this, only 1/10 of the total number. Most people were fascinated by the temptation in front of them and didn't pay attention to Yang Kai's warning. Gotcha. The sound continued, and the stone mountains in their territory seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Under everyone's gaze, more and more cracks appeared, growing larger and larger. Eventually, the stone mountains in their territory collapsed, and the huge stone mountains in their territory turned into pieces of territory stones of various sizes that scattered on the ground. But what made everyone feel strange was that these broken territory stones were different from the territory stones produced in their territory. Each one was as thin as a cicada's wing. That's impossible. The mountain in this territory is actually empty? Someone shouted in disbelief. These shattered pieces of territory stones already explained the problem. If the territory stone mountain wasn't hollow, how could these thin fragments appear after it was shattered? The scene before his eyes was like an empty clay pot that had been smashed into pieces. This was unacceptable to many. However, even though the territory stone was as thin as a cicada's wing, it was still a territory stone. After a few breaths of surprise, everyone frantically rushed forward, eyeing the territory stones of different sizes and trying to snatch them. The situation instantly went out of control. The power of all kinds of artifacts and martial skills blossomed, illuminating everything within a radius of several dozen meters, making it almost impossible to see clearly with the naked eye. Screams rang out and blood splashed everywhere. Suddenly, a ripple visible to the naked eye spread out from the center of the mountain in the territory and spread out in all directions at an extremely fast speed. All the cultivators covered by this ripple involuntarily stopped what they were doing, their faces suddenly filled with panic. When this ripple swept across their bodies, they all felt a dangerous aura. This was the aura of a territory field. And it was an extremely terrifying territory field. The territory field unique to the mountain in the territory seemed to have been revived again. "Not good, let's go." A smart martial artist shouted. No one tried to grab the scattered territory stones anymore, each cultivator desperately pushing their Saint Chi and frantically retreating. But it was already too late. When the first ripple appeared, a second, a third, followed closely behind. In an instant, countless ripples that could be seen with the naked eye overlapped and filled an area of nearly 3 kilometers in circumference, enveloping the entire area within it. Everyone's vision blurred as the powerful territory field that gave birth to the mountain in the territory finally revealed its ferocious face. Like a mad and hungry beast, it opened its bloody maw and swallowed nearly 200 third-order origin returning realm cultivators whole. Screams rang out from all directions, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. No origin returning realm cultivator could resist the crushing power of this violent territory field, their vigorous vitality suddenly vanishing like bubbles being crushed. After the layers of ripples struck, everyone let out a miserable howl and exploded, using their life force and blood to display their final beauty. Yang Kai and the other three stood 1,000 meters away from the mountain in the territory field, all of them looking forward with pale faces. Zhao Tianzhe's lips trembled, and his 2 rows of teeth collided together, making a crunching sound. He didn't dare imagine what would have happened if he had been a little greedy just now. He was afraid he would have ended up like those people who had fallen into the territory field. He subconsciously looked towards Yang Kai, his heart filled with gratitude. If it weren't for this young man's foresight, this trip to the blood prison would have been over. The complexions of Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao were also not much better. So many cultivator with the same cultivation as them, so many powerful existences who could have broken through to the Origin King realm, had fallen without being able to put up any resistance. These people had died like ants, their mood was subtle and complex. At the same time, in the stone pavilion 100 kilometers outside the blood prison, Luo Hai, who had been sitting peacefully, suddenly stood up, his expression extremely ugly. Master Luo Hai, what happened? The old woman surnamed Lei saw his expression change and quickly asked nervously. Yes, Brother Luo Hai, what is making you so nervous? An old man also asked in confusion. After reaching the Origin King realm, one's heart was bound to be very calm, so it was rare for one to be so shocked. What's more, Luo Hai was not an ordinary Origin King, he was the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, a second-order Origin King. Throughout the entire Star territory, besides a few mysterious old farts, there were not many who were stronger than him. Seeing Luo Hai's face suddenly become so ugly, everyone realized that something big must have happened. The stone mountain in our territory has been destroyed. Luo Hai quickly said, What? Did I hear wrong? Yes, how could the stone mountain in our territory be destroyed? Who did it? The little ones inside shouldn't have such ability, right? Everyone was shouting. If this was not said by Luo Hai, none of them would have believed it. Even if Luo Hai said it, they still had doubts. How could the stone mountain in our territory be destroyed? Master Luo Hai, is what you said true? The old woman looked at Luo Hai solemnly. How could this king make such a joke with you? Luo Hai frowned. As for how it was destroyed, this king does not know, but it is definitely destroyed. Everyone looked at each other but no longer questioned Luo Hai's judgment. He was the Star Master, so since he said so, he must be completely sure. Everyone looked at each other, somewhat unable to accept such a result. What a pity! The stone mountain in our territory is a treasure of the blood prison. It has existed for tens of thousands of years, how could it be destroyed so easily? After a long time, the old man who spoke before sighed. Although the stone mountain in the territory existed on Green Mountain Star, it could be said to be a treasure of the entire Star territory. Now that it had been destroyed, anyone would feel pity. Perhaps its destruction would result in fewer Origin Kings being born in the territory. By the way, Master Luo Hai, since the stone mountain in our territory has been destroyed, what about the people who were meditating around the stone mountain in our territory? The old woman suddenly thought of a more serious problem. When the others heard this, they also paid attention nervously. Many died. This king is unable to determine the exact number of people who died, but this king estimates there were about 200. 200! The old woman's face changed drastically, and after a long time, she smiled bitterly. This time, all the great forces have suffered heavy losses. The blood prison trial had a ridiculously high death rate because basically all those who entered were third-order origin returning realm cultivators. No one feared anyone, and in order to break through to the Origin King realm, they were willing to kill all enemies who stood in their way. Now that the stone mountain in their territory had suddenly changed, more than 200 cultivator had died. It was likely that the cultivator from some great forces who had entered would be wiped out and never be able to recover. Everyone quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. Fortunately, third young master did not come this time, otherwise. The old man from Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce suddenly broke out in cold sweat as a look of fear appeared on his face. If third young master Shui Yu had also come to participate in the blood prison trial and went to the stone mountain in their territory, he couldn't imagine it. Third young master Shui Yu was the greatest hope for the future of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. In the blood prison, only a few breaths of time had passed before the chaotic world calmed down again. All the cultivators who had not retreated in time had died without leaving behind a corpse. In the end, there were less than 30 people who had survived this catastrophe. These people had all heard Yang Kai's shout and retreated decisively, saving their lives. After recovering from their panic, they all cupped their fists in the direction of Yang Kai to express their gratitude. With the stone mountain in their territory gone, they naturally would not remain here any longer, each of them heading off in different directions to enter the blood prison in search of their own opportunities. Soon, only Yang Kai's group of 4 remained in this large area. Sect Master Yang, this old master is deeply grateful for your life-saving grace. I hope Sect Master Yang will make a trip to Greenwater City after leaving the blood prison. This Zhao will surely welcome you with open arms. Zhao Tianzhe said sincerely, now truly admiring Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled faintly. City Lord Zhao is too polite. I didn't do anything wrong, but I will be going to Greenwater City. I hope I won't disturb City Lord Zhao when the time comes. Qian Yu was still inquiring about Su Yan in Greenwater City, so Yang Kai naturally had to go and pick her up. Oh no. Zhao Tianzhe quickly waved his hand, a smile appearing on his face. It is this Zhao's honor that Sect Master Yang has come. How could I possibly disturb you? Yang Kai gently nodded before turning to Qian Tong and Lin Yu Rao. You two be careful from now on. Hearing the meaning behind his words, Lin Yu Rao was a little disappointed. Sect Master won't come with us? No, I still have things to do. Yang Kai shook his head. The origin essence crystal Qi you had ordered him to obtain had not yet been obtained, and the other half of the monster transformation secret art was still in Yu Xiong's hands, so Yang Kai had to obtain it first. The golden divine dragon source in his body was something he desperately wanted to develop. Then you must be careful. I'm afraid no one here is your opponent, but the remaining territory field here is very powerful, so you must act according to your strength, Qian Tong exhorted. Chapter 1605. I know, I won't put on a brave front. Yang Kai grinned. Then let's part ways here. When we're done here, we'll meet again in Greenwater City. I'll take my leave first. Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly before turning around and turning into a stream of light, quickly disappearing from the sights of Qian Tong and the others. Let's go too, Qian Tong called out. Now that so many people have died, the competition in the blood prison will probably weaken a lot. This is a good time to look for opportunities. We can't miss it. Brother Qian is right. Zhao Tianzhe's eyes lit up, his previous gloomy mood suddenly swept away, replaced by excitement and anticipation. Somewhere 100 kilometers away from the stone mountains in the territory, Yang Kai looked around, and after confirming that there was no one around, he suddenly grinned. Come out. In the next moment, there was a rustling sound on the ground in front of him. Then, a small head popped out from the ground. Its 2 green bean-like eyes rolled around, and its body shot up, arriving in front of Kai Yang. The stone mongoose Xiao Xiao. Yang Kai had secretly released the stone mongoose while he was fighting with Zhang Qing and the others. At that time, everyone was shocked by his strength and did not notice any trace of the stone mongoose. All of this was done without anyone noticing. How was the harvest? Yang Kai looked down at the stone mongoose and asked. The stone mongoose did not show much reaction, simply opening its mouth and spitting out a fist-sized territory stone. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the territory stone in the palm of his hand. After inspecting it for a moment, he chuckled and patted the stone mongoose's small head, praising, "Well done." He could imagine that the stone mongoose now had a belly full of territory stones, a number so large that any origin king would be moved. It could be said that the destruction of the stone mountains in the territory was entirely due to this stone mongoose. It snuck in from below without leaving a trace and emptied the entire mountain in the territory without anyone noticing. That was why the cultivator felt that the effect of the stone mountains in their territory was getting weaker and weaker. That was why the stone mountains in their territory would suddenly collapse and become hollow inside. It was all thanks to the stone mongoose. The stone mountains in the territory were indeed hard enough, but the stone mongoose had an innate ability to devour all kinds of minerals. Even the 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain, the most precious treasure of the colored glass sect, had been bitten by it. Naturally, the stone mountains in the territory were no exception. The moment Yang Kai saw the stone mountain in his territory, he had a bad idea. He did not expect that the stone mongoose would destroy the stone mountains in his territory and trigger the terrifying territory field. Therefore, the moment he sensed that something was wrong, he shouted loudly to remind him. Unfortunately, most of the cultivator were blinded by the benefits in front of them and did not pay attention to his reminder. Only a few of them retreated with him at the first moment, saving their lives. After giving the stone mongoose an order, Yang Kai took it to a more remote location and had it spit out all the territory stones in its stomach. After a quick count, Yang Kai was overjoyed. A total of 2,000 to 3,000 territory stones. This was an extremely terrifying number, which could be seen from Yang Kai's harvest since entering the blood prison. So far, he had only obtained 3 domain stones. Others might not necessarily have more gains than he had, in fact, they might have even less. But right now, he had obtained 2,000 to 3,000 territory stones. Perhaps, since ancient times, the total number of territory stones obtained by a cultivator who walked out of the blood prison had never been so high. It seemed that Yang Kai would no longer have to worry about comprehending the mysteries of his territory. With so many territory stones in hand, Yang Kai could unscrupulously absorb the mysterious energy contained within them, gain insight into his territory, and comprehend the essence of the Origin King realm. His future would definitely be bright and smooth. Yang Kai was in a good mood. The main purpose of a cultivator who entered the blood prison was to use the territory vortexes to temper their sure, while their secondary purpose was naturally to search for territory stones. Yang Kai felt that he had achieved both of these goals. Without mentioning the number of territory stones he had obtained, the vortexes in his territory could no longer stop him from exploring them. His understanding and application of Sure had reached a new height, and even if he had not reached the grand accomplishment stage, he was not far from it. Perhaps one day, when he broke through to the third order origin returning realm, his Sure would reach the grand accomplishment stage and he would have the capital to break through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai was not going to waste any more time. He was going to find the origin essence crystal left behind by the monster king who died here 10,000 years ago and complete the task given to him by Chiyu. On Monster Star, there were 10 tribal lords, but none of them were qualified to be called Monster King. If one wanted to become a Monster King, they needed to reach the peak of the third order Origin King realm. Since ancient times, the number of Monster Kings born on Monster Star could be counted on one hand. There had been one tens of thousands of years ago, but unfortunately he was involved in the disputes of Green Mountain Star at that time and eventually fell in the blood prison. Chiyu had already told Yang Kai the specific location. After all, over the years, Monster Emperor Star had secretly sent a number of monster race rookies to the blood prison trial. Chiyu had already inquired about the situation, but unfortunately, they had no way to obtain it. Kai Yang continued to move forward, not wasting any time. He didn't know if it was because of the changes in the stone mountains in his territory, or because so many people had died, but Yang Kai felt that the number of cultivators in the blood prison had indeed decreased greatly. After walking for a few days, Yang Kai couldn't detect any signs of life, and there was no one around. In front of him was a bare hill that was no more than 1,000 meters high. There was not a single blade of grass growing on this hill, only gravel and dirt. However, this hill exuded an extremely strange aura that made one flinch. Demonic chi. What's more, it was an extremely powerful demonic chi. Even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator did not dare to set foot on this hill easily, because the omnipresent demonic chi was not something they could withstand. Once one stayed inside for too long, the demonic chi would invade their body. This was the demonic chi of a Monster King level master, and a third-order origin returning realm cultivator could not resist it. In the end, the demonic chi would corrode one's meridians, flesh, blood, become demonic chi, or become the demon race and die. Therefore, in the blood prison, this strange hill had always been regarded as a restricted area, and no one dared to enter at will. Occasionally, those who passed by it would stay far away to avoid being affected by the demonic chi. It should be here. Yang Kai looked at the bare hill and whispered to himself. This hill in front of him was the same as the information given by Chiyu, the place where the Monster King fell. After looking at it for a while, Yang Kai stepped forward and walked straight towards the hill. After a short while, he arrived at the foot of the hill. As soon as he stepped in, the omnipresent demonic chi rushed towards Yang Kai from all directions, drilling into his pores and pouring into his meridians. Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi to resist the invasion of the demonic chi. It was a bit strenuous, as expected of the demonic chi left behind by a Monster King level master. Even if it had existed here for tens of thousands of years, it was still not easy to resist. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the golden divine dragon source, so even if the demonic chi forced into his body, it would not have much effect on him. If it were any other human origin returning realm master, they would have retreated immediately. After confirming that he was fine, Yang Kai walked up step by step. Very quickly, he arrived at the top of the mountain. He raised his eyes and looked around. The surroundings were empty, and there was nothing. This caused him to frown. The information given to him by Chiyu only said that the origin essence crystal was in this barren hill, but she did not know its exact location. If it was not at the top of the hill, then it might be somewhere else. Yang Kai silently sensed for a while and made a plan in his heart. Looking in a certain direction, he walked towards it. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai arrived at the back of the hill and stood in front of a dark cave, looking inside with rapt attention. The cave was dark and he could not see anything. When he tried to probe it with his divine sense, it was bounced back. However, if he guessed correctly, the Monster King level master should have fallen in this cave because the demonic chi was the strongest here. Yang Kai was not afraid of anything. He took out a luminous stone from his space ring, held it in his hand, and stepped inside. The deeper he went, the stronger the demonic chi became. The deepest part of the cave seemed to be the source of the demonic chi. After a while, Yang Kai finally arrived at the innermost part of the cave. This cave seemed to have been artificially excavated. It was narrow on the outside and wide on the inside. The innermost part of the cave was actually a cave that covered an area of several hundred meters. In a certain part of the cave, there seemed to be a huge object lying across the ground, and an astonishing demonic aura was spreading out from it. Yang Kai took out more luminous stones and flicked them around, embedding them into the cracks in the surrounding stone walls. In the blink of an eye, the entire dark cave became bright. Looking forward again, Yang Kai's eyes shrank as shock filled them. He suddenly discovered that the huge object in front of him was none other than a skeleton. The skeleton of a huge monster beast. It was about 200 meters long and looked somewhat like an ancient giant crocodile. Even though it was just a skeleton, it exuded an astonishing aura. This skeleton should be the original body of the Monster King level master. It seemed that he had been transformed from a monster beast, otherwise, he would not have revealed his true form after death. Generally, monster race cultivators who were born in human form would remain in human form after death, but they could cultivate some secret techniques to stimulate the monster beast bloodline in their body and stimulate the potential of the monster beast in their bloodline to fight. This kind of monster beast that revealed its true form after death must have been the incarnation of a powerful monster beast. This was the purest form of the monster race, and its bloodline was extremely pure. What's more, this was the skeleton of a third-order origin king monster beast. Even after tens of thousands of years, its skeleton was still as fresh as new. Each of its bones looked extremely sturdy and would definitely be a top-grade material for artifact refining. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Qiyu only said that he would hand over the origin essence crystal to Yu Xiong, but she did not say that he would hand over the Monster King skeleton as well, so Yang Kai could simply take it for himself. High Heaven Sect was currently developing and had many highly accomplished artifact refiners from Star Emperor Mountain. Although these artifact refiners could not be compared to Yang Yen, they were still among the best on Shadowed Star. If these skeletons were taken back and given to them for artifact refining, Yang Kai believed they would definitely be able to refine a large number of origin-grade high-rank artifacts. However, doing so would be a waste of Heaven's treasures. Logically speaking, the skeleton of an Origin King realm monster beast was a precious material that could be used to refine Origin King grade artifacts. Chapter 1606. With such thoughts running through his mind, Yang Kai turned his gaze to the chest of the monster beast's skeleton. In an instant, his eyes became even more fiery. He could clearly see that there was a dark red, round crystal about the size of a baby's head. An origin essence crystal. It could also be called the Monster King's monster core. The two had different names, but they both referred to the same thing. Only third-order origin kings could condense such a magical thing as an origin essence crystal in their bodies. Second-order origin kings did not have such qualifications at all. An origin essence crystal contained a top master's comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, as well as their understanding of their territory. Its value was immeasurable. The biggest reason Qiyu wanted to obtain it was to use it to break through to the third-order origin king realm and become a monster king. Looking at the entire star territory, how many third-order origin kings were there? At most, the number could be counted on one hand, and all of them were elusive existences. No one knew where they were, and it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for ordinary people to see them. But now, there was the skeleton of a master of this level lying in front of Yang Kai, and not only was the skeleton intact, even the origin essence crystal was there. Yang Kai's breathing inevitably became a little rapid as he stared at the origin essence crystal with scorching eyes. Carefully releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai extended his divine sense towards the origin essence crystal, but before his divine sense could touch it, the dark red round crystal suddenly flashed. Yang Kai frowned and quickly withdrew his divine sense, not daring to spy on it at will. Qiyu was right, this origin essence crystal still contained a wisp of the Monster King's remnant soul, so any attempt to encroach on it would provoke resistance. If not for this origin essence crystal and skeleton would have been taken away long ago. How could they have waited until today? The only way to safely obtain the origin essence crystal was to suppress this wisp of remnant soul. Anyone who came to the blood prison was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so who had the ability to suppress the Monster King's remnant soul? Only Yang Kai's golden holy dragon's origin power could compare. Gently exhaling, Yang Kai calmed his mood and stared at the origin essence crystal solemnly, motionless. In the darkness, an almost imperceptible shadow was cautiously approaching Yang Kai. This shadow stuck close to the ground and did not seem to have a physical body, nor did it emit any aura. Even someone as strong as Yang Kai did not notice it at all. The black shadow approached little by little, and soon came to a position less than 15 meters behind Yang Kai. Immediately, the dormant black shadow curled up like a snake, converging into one and aiming at Yang Kai's back. Right at this moment, Yang Kai's body shook violently as a resounding dragon roar rang out. Immediately after, an unimaginable pressure spread out in all directions. On Yang Kai's right arm, golden scales strangely appeared and wrapped his entire right arm. Not only his right arm, but the back of his hand was also covered in golden scales. When these scales appeared, his 5 fingers suddenly burst with golden light and his fingernails strangely elongated, flashing a sharp cold light. Dragon form. After cultivating half of the monster transformation secret art, Yang Kai was now barely able to stimulate the golden holy dragon source in his body and transform part of his right arm into a dragon form. His entire right arm instantly became ferocious and terrifying. The black shadow that appeared 15 meters behind Yang Kai was obviously taken aback and quickly returned to the ground, retreating in a hurry. At that moment, Yang Kai moved, his right arm stretching forward in a seemingly slow but actually urgent manner, instantly breaking through the barrier of space and arriving above the Origin Essence crystal. The Origin Essence crystal flashed wildly. Vaguely, a restless aura surged from it, as if it was on the verge of exploding. Yang Kai coldly snorted as he grabbed the Origin Essence crystal in his hand and gripped it tightly. At the same time, he poured his Saint Chi and Divine Sense madly into it. Suddenly, a soft sound seemed to come from the Origin Essence crystal and the restless aura gradually subsided. The golden scales on Yang Kai's right arm gradually faded and his terrifying right arm returned to its normal state. Letting go of his hand, Yang Kai looked at the Origin Essence crystal in his hand and grinned. The remnant soul inside the Origin Essence crystal had been forcibly erased by him, so now this Origin Essence crystal could be held by anyone without worrying about it exploding. The process was simple and easy, something Yang Kai had not expected. Chiyu had given him such serious instructions, so Yang Kai thought it would be difficult, but how could he have known he would succeed so easily? Yang Kai looked at this Origin Essence crystal up close and a strange look appeared on his face. He vaguely felt that this Origin Essence crystal was somewhat familiar, as if he had obtained it before. After thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai suddenly realized when he had obtained an Origin Essence crystal. The first time he entered Lu Yen Sandland. In Lu Yen Sandland, in the pool filled with soul-cleansing divine water, Yang Kai had indeed obtained a crystal-like object. At that time, he did not know what it was, but when he used his divine sense to investigate it, the crystal strangely disappeared and entered his knowledge sea. In the end, this wonderful crystal was completely absorbed by the six-colored soul-warming lotus, leading to the successful evolution of the soul-warming lotus into its seven-colored form. Yang Kai's blossoming lotus secret technique was comprehended at that time. So that thing was an Origin Essence crystal. Yang Kai finally understood. No wonder its effects were so powerful, even allowing the soul-warming lotus to evolve. It was just that Yang Kai had not been able to comprehend the mysteries of the territory from it, so he did not know what was going on. It seemed that the master who died beside the soul-cleansing divine water was at least a third-order Origin king. Many years had passed, so Yang Kai did not have any thoughts of exploring it in detail. After understanding this, he put away the Origin Essence crystal. Although this thing was precious, Yang Kai wanted to obtain the monster transformation's secret art more. As such, he still had to give it to Chiyu. What's more, Chiyu was Shanqing Luo's adoptive mother. If she became stronger, Shanqing Luo would be able to obtain more protection. Yang Kai understood this very well. From beginning to end, he had no intention of taking the Origin Essence crystal for himself. He believed that with his own ability, even if he did not rely on the Origin Essence crystal, he would one day be able to break through to the third-order Origin King realm and reach the peak of the martial Dao. Turning around, Yang Kai also put away the Monster King skeleton. Of course, Yang Kai would not miss the Monster King space ring. Although he did not know what was inside, the wealth of a third-order Origin King would certainly not be small. This was the biggest gain of this trip. After a careful inspection and confirming that he had not missed anything, Yang Kai left. The cave was not too deep, so Yang Kai soon saw the light again. You finally came out. As soon as he stepped out of the cave, a somewhat familiar sinister laugh came from the depths of the ground. Immediately, a blood-red figure suddenly rushed up from the ground and landed in front of him. In an instant, it launched a storm of attacks. Yang Kai's face became cold as he sent out a golden blood thread from his finger, forming an airtight barrier in front of him. Hong hong hong. A violent burst of energy rang out as all the attacks launched by the blood-red figure were blocked by Yang Kai's golden blood threads, causing them to retreat in vain. Shuel Yen. Yang Kai took a moment to see who had attacked him and could not help shouting coldly as murderous intent surged from his body. "It's your grandpa Shuel Yen." Shuel Yen roared wildly, his expression ferocious as he activated his flood dragon transformation, covering his whole body in blood-red scales, making him look extremely sturdy. Regardless of the situation, he continued to attack Yang Kai desperately. "You court death." Yang Kai sneered, and with a single thought, the two golden blood threads suddenly transformed into thunder flame flying lizards, bared their fangs, and pounced toward Shuel Yen. "How can a flying lizard defeat my Shui Jiao?" The Shui Jiao seemed to have forgotten the lesson he had learned in the palace and did not show the slightest fear of Yang Kai. Punching out with his scaly fists, two blood-colored flood dragons condensed from his monster chi appeared and met the thunder flame flying lizard head-on, entangling with each other without the slightest disadvantage. At the same time, Shuel Yen waved his hand and summoned a giant axe, which he then slashed towards Yang Kai's position. A shocking axe wave that seemed capable of cleaving through the heavens arrived in front of Yang Kai in an instant. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he dodged to the side. At that moment, another figure leapt out of the soil, clasped its palms together, and pushed them forward fiercely. A huge and strange flower suddenly appeared, its petals opening like a giant beast's mouth as it bit towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face became cold as he pushed his space force and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already 10 meters away. The strange flower failed to succeed and immediately flew back, floating above the head of the second figure, its petals constantly opening and closing, as if it was breathing with life, and a sweet fragrance began to fill the air. "Mi Tian." Yang Kai's lips curled upwards as he revealed a playful look. "Good, both of you are here. It seems you knew I would come here, so you set up an ambush here?" "Indeed," Mi Tian smiled lightly. Mi Tian smiled softly with a warm look on his face. "You have the divine dragon source, and the origin essence crystal here is no secret to my monster race. On top of that, you suddenly came to the blood prison from Monster Star, so how could we not know what you were planning? Was it Senior Chiyu who sent you here?" "Smart." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "What about the origin essence crystal?" Mi Tian's breathing became slightly rapid. "Since I've come out, where do you think the origin essence crystal is?" Yang Kai smiled brightly. "You really succeeded." Mi Tian took a light breath, the look of greed on his face obvious. "You want it?" Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically. "With just the two of you, I'm afraid you don't have such ability. Be careful you don't end up dying here." Seeing him despise them so much and not take them seriously, whether it was Shuel Yen or Mi Tian, both of their faces became ugly. Although they didn't want to admit it, both of them knew that in a one-on-one fight, neither of them was Yang Kai's opponent. In the palace, Yang Kai had proven his strength. "Whether I have the ability or not, we'll know after we fight," Mi Tian coldly snorted. Yang Kai was just about to laugh again when suddenly his brow furrowed and his shirt madly spread outwards. With him as the center, the space within a 10-meter radius suddenly collapsed and tiny void cracks began to appear like slithering snakes. Chapter 1607. In the chaotic collapse of space, a cold light suddenly appeared. It seemed to have been aimed at Yang Kai's back, but the chaotic space affected the accuracy of this cold light, causing it to be swallowed up by the void before it could play any role. Accompanied by a soft cry of surprise, a third figure appeared like a ghost, his brow furrowed as he jumped back, a dignified look on his face as he shook his head and sighed. "Sure enough, he's difficult to deal with." Yang Kai remained motionless, standing like a rock on the ground as he glanced back coldly, somewhat surprised. "Lai Feng, you're also here." He hadn't expected that the third person to attack him would actually be Lai Feng from Wild Lion territory. The top juniors of the monster race's 3 territories had now gathered together. Mi Tian and Shuel Yen ambushing him was something Yang Kai could understand. After all, there was some friction between him and these two, so how could they possibly give up? However, Lai Feng's participation in this matter was truly unexpected. When Yang Kai first entered the blood prison, Lai Feng had even invited him to act together, but a few days later, this guy had become his enemy. Atop Monster Mountain, demonic chi filled the air, and these three monster race juniors took advantage of this demonic chi to perfectly conceal themselves. If it weren't for Yang Kai's sharp senses, he really might have been ambushed by Lai Feng. Lai Feng, I have no grievances with you, right? Yang Kai looked at him coldly and asked indifferently. Lai Feng laughed dryly and said in a deep voice, "Of course not." "Then why did you do this?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "Brother Yang, please forgive me." Lai Feng seemed a little embarrassed as he cupped his fists and said calmly, "To be honest, if possible, Lai Feng does not want to be enemies with Brother Yang, but this matter is related to an origin essence crystal, so Lai Feng cannot ignore it." Yang Kai nodded. "Understood." Since Brother Yang understands, Lai Feng has nothing to say. Every tribal lord wants to obtain the origin essence crystal, but no one has a way to take it out. Now that Brother Yang has achieved this, Lai Feng cannot allow you to leave, but if Brother Yang can hand over the origin essence crystal, I believe Shui Lian and Mi Tian should let you leave safely. Do you think I'll hand it over? Yang Kai sneered. Lai Feng thought about it seriously for a while, then said seriously, "I'm afraid not. If it were me, I wouldn't either." "Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Let's join forces and kill him. No matter how powerful he is, he's just one person. Why should the three of us be afraid of him?" Shui Lian's temper was the most fiery, so when he saw Yang Kai and Lai Feng arguing endlessly, he let out a roar and rushed towards Yang Kai with all his might. Releasing an astonishing momentum, the phantom of a huge blood flood dragon suddenly appeared behind him. Shui Lian obviously knew how powerful Yang Kai was and wanted to go all out against him. Mi Tian didn't waste any time talking nonsense. The moment Shui Lian took action, Mi Tian let out a shout and the strange flower above his head suddenly began spinning, its petals flying out and disappearing into the void. Lai Feng's figure once again faded like a ghost before disappearing without a trace. No one knew where he had gone. The fierce offensive of the three monster race rookies broke out in an instant. "Good. Since you court death, I'll fulfill your wish." Yang Kai was fighting 1 against 3, but not only was he not afraid, his expression instead became fierce and savage. 5 colored lights suddenly covered his entire body, and with its chi sound, tiny and almost invisible 5-element sword chi emerged from every pore on his body. These 5-element sword chi were extremely sharp, and not only could they provide him with a considerable amount of protection, they also possessed great lethality. 5 elements indestructible sword chi was a combination of attack and defense. His muscles bulging, Yang Kai's explosive strength surged as he threw out 3 punches to meet Shui Lian's violent onslaught. The violent energy from the two collided in the middle, sputtering out a huge explosion. Yang Kai remained motionless while Shui Lian's fierce body trembled 3 times before his arms suddenly drooped down weakly. In a head-on collision, he was obviously not Yang Kai's opponent. Without giving Shui Lian a chance to react, Yang Kai rubbed his hands together and summoned a dozen golden blood threads, twisting and twisting together to form a golden spear that shot towards Shui Lian at an extremely fast speed. Shui Lian's face changed drastically as his eyes filled with shock. As soon as they fought, he realized that Yang Kai was stronger than when they had fought in the palace before. At that time, Shui Lian at least had the strength to fight back, but now he was completely suppressed, unable to even muster up the will to resist. The other party's offensive had completely destroyed his confidence. This situation could only be explained by 2 possibilities. The first was that Yang Kai had not used his full strength at that time, and the second was that Yang Kai had grown a lot in the blood prison. Shui Lian's courage was shattered. Perceiving the terrifying lethality contained in this golden spear, Shui Lian did not dare to neglect and hurriedly summoned a defensive artifact in front of him while crossing his arms across his chest, grit his teeth, and roared, preparing to meet this attack head-on. Guangdang. The sound of metal colliding rang out and spread throughout the entire Demon Mountain. The defensive artifact Shui Lian hurriedly summoned failed to play any role and was directly penetrated by the golden spear before continuing to stab towards him. On both of Shui Lian's arms, the blood-colored scales were pierced through and a large hole immediately appeared. The wound was so deep that bone could be seen and blood instantly sprayed out. Under the tremendous force, Shui Lian's body was sent flying straight into the cave. A series of crashing noises rang out from the depths of the cave for a long time. No one knew where Shui Lian had been sent flying or how serious his injuries were. Yang Kai did not stop and instead turned around abruptly, waving his hand towards a certain spot in the void behind him. A huge crescent-shaped void crack immediately formed and rushed forward fiercely. Lai Feng let out a strange cry as he hurriedly retreated, staring at the crescent-shaped void crack with a dignified expression, not daring to face it head-on, only able to evade. Before he could even launch an attack, he was forced out by Yang Kai. Petals suddenly appeared around Yang Kai, spinning like sharp blades as they shot towards Yang Kai from all directions. As these petals rotated, a sweet fragrance spread out, seemingly capable of affecting one's mind. At this moment, Yang Kai had forced Lai Feng back and paused, allowing Mi Tian to grasp the opportunity to attack quite well. In an instant, the countless petals wrapped around Yang Kai, forming a strange flower that reappeared in front of everyone's eyes. However, Yang Kai had already disappeared. He seemed to have been swallowed by the flower. Mi Tian frowned as he looked around nervously. He could tell that his attack had no effect and Yang Kai had escaped at the critical moment. Want to kill me? The three of you don't seem to have enough weight. A sarcastic voice came from the side, causing Mi Tian's eyes to shrink as he quickly looked over, only to see Yang Kai standing in the void unscathed. Mi Tian's face suddenly became gloomy. Lai Feng appeared silently beside Mi Tian, a cold expression on his face, not saying a word. The three monster race rising stars joining forces might not be able to compete with an Origin King Realm Master, but they were absolutely invincible in the Origin Returning Realm. They were not ordinary Origin Returning Realm Masters, they were all top masters on Monster Star. However, the result of this battle made them feel a chill in their hearts. Without much effort, Yang Kai resolved their attacks one by one. Shui Lian had been sent flying into the cave, and even now, there was no movement from him. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive, but the remaining two were completely suppressed. Is this guy even human? Lai Feng's eyes twitched as he regretted getting involved in this mess. He knew that Yang Kai was extremely strong, otherwise, he would not have been able to teach Shui Lian a lesson back in the palace, so when they first entered the blood prison, he had invited Yang Kai to act together. However, after learning about the Origin Essence Crystal from Mi Tian and Shui Lian, he could not just sit back and watch. The Origin Essence Crystal was too precious, so precious that he was willing to take a risk. Originally, he thought that if he joined forces with Shui Lian and Mi Tian, Yang Kai would definitely be outnumbered, but judging from the short time they fought, the situation was not optimistic. This person was actually heaven-defying to such an extent. With just a second-order Origin Returning Realm cultivation, being able to achieve such a feat was unprecedented since ancient times, right? Lai Feng, you aren't regretting it, are you? You should know that there is no medicine for regret in this world. Today either he dies or we die. Mi Tian glanced at him with a gloomy expression. He was determined to kill Yang Kai. Lai Feng slowly shook his head. Once an arrow leaves the bow, there is no turning back, I naturally know that. And let's wait for Brother Shui Lian to come out. Only if the three of us work together will we have a chance. Mi Tian did not refute. Facing Yang Kai, he had already put away his pride. The two stood there side by side, their eyes wandering between Yang Kai and the cave from time to time, their hearts burning with anxiety. Shui Lian still did not move, as if he had really been killed by Yang Kai in a single blow. However, this was impossible. Even if Yang Kai was powerful, Shui Lian had still displayed his Flood Dragon transformation, so his defenses were impregnable. How could he have been killed by such an attack? Mi Tian and Lai Feng could not figure out what Shui Lian was doing, and for a moment, both of them cursed Shui Lian in their hearts, blaming him for dropping the ball at this critical moment. Right at this moment, an extremely tragic roar suddenly came from the cave. The roar was like rolling thunder, deafening to the ears. "It's Shuel Yen." Mi Tian frowned, his expression becoming gloomy. He did not know why Shuel Yen was acting so crazily. Even if he was unwilling, he could have just rushed out and fought Yang Kai again, so what was the point of roaring like this? Something's not right. Lai Feng suddenly felt his heart palpitate uneasily. Inexplicably, an unprecedented sense of crisis spread from the bottom of his heart, as if he did not retreat immediately, his life would be in danger. This kind of feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. Like Mi Tian and Lai Feng, Yang Kai also stared towards the cave with a dignified expression, faintly aware that something was wrong. However, he was more curious about what Shuel Yen was doing, or if he was going to use some kind of earth-shattering secret technique. Chapter 1608. After a short while, Shuel Yen's roar suddenly subsided, as if someone had grabbed his throat and stopped abruptly. The moment his roar subsided, the rich demonic qi throughout Monster Mountains suddenly became turbulent, as if it had been summoned and began to rush towards the cave. The cave was like the mouth of a beast, sucking in the frightening amount of demonic qi. In less than 10 breaths of time, the rich demonic qi that had been lingering in Demon Mountain for tens of thousands of years was completely wiped out. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Mi Tian and Lai Feng glanced at each other, seemingly unable to figure out the situation. Inside the cave, a ferocious aura was slowly recovering. This aura was so strong that it made Yang Kai somewhat uncomfortable. Sha sha sha. The sound of footsteps came from inside the cave, and a moment later, Shuel Yen's figure emerged from the cave entrance. At this moment, he no longer looked as embarrassed and angry as before, and instead had a thoughtful look on his face as he spread his hands in front of him and stared at them carefully. A hint of hidden joy flashed across the depths of his eyes. "Shuel Yen, what are you doing?" Mi Tian shouted, his face filled with anger. He had just started fighting with Yang Kai, but Shuel Yen was acting so inexplicably, making Mi Tian extremely unhappy. Yang Kai was too strong, and even if the three of them joined forces, they were not completely confident they could kill him, so none of them could afford to take him lightly. "He seems to be a little different." Lai Feng narrowed his eyes as he stared towards the cave. "Let's kill Yang Kai first." Mi Tian coldly snorted before once again urging the strange flower to attack Yang Kai. Although Lai Feng felt that something was wrong with Shuel Yen, he knew that now was not the time to dwell on such matters, so his figure flickered and he disappeared from where he stood, quietly approaching Yang Kai. Yang Kai focused most of his attention on Shuel Yen. At this moment, Shuel Yen was completely different from before, and Yang Kai actually felt great pressure from his opponent. Shuel Yen also seemed to recover as his two blood-red eyes stared towards a certain spot in the sky, a strange light flashing across his eyes as he muttered, "Shadow Vulture bloodline? Interesting, I didn't expect to run into the bloodline of an old friend right after I see the light of day again." After saying this strange sentence, he suddenly took a step forward. Ignoring the barrier of space, he actually went directly to a place more than 10 feet away. No one saw how he moved, but Yang Kai, who had been closely watching him, found a clue. It wasn't that it ignored the barrier of space, but that it was too fast, so fast that even his divine sense couldn't keep up. Shuel Yen stretched out his hand and seemingly casually grabbed towards the void. As he made a grabbing motion, the space around him abruptly congealed. A panicked figure appeared from within. It was Lai Feng who had disappeared. Lai Feng's expression was filled with both shock and anger. He never thought Shuel Yen would come here and ruin his plans, so he hurriedly withdrew and asked for clarification. But Shuel Yen didn't give him this opportunity at all. Inexplicably, his blood-red hand covered in scales grabbed Lai Feng's neck. Yang Kai paled in horror while Mi Tian was also taken aback. No longer caring about attacking Yang Kai, Mi Tian glared at Shuel Yen and shouted, "What are you doing?" The three of them had joined forces to ambush Yang Kai, but now that the enemy was unharmed, Shuel Yen was actually targeting one of their own, making Mi Tian unable to bear it any longer. Shuai Yin didn't pay any attention to Mi Tian and instead lifted Lai Feng up high as if he was a child, staring at him with his scarlet eyes indifferently as he asked, "Who is that old fart Tianjiu to you?" Lai Feng finally realized something was wrong and desperately urged his monster qi to break free from Shuai Yin's control, but no matter how hard he tried, his monster qi seemed to be imprisoned and could not move at all. "You're not Shuai Yin!" Lai Feng exclaimed in horror. It was impossible for Shuai Yin to subdue him in a single move. Combined with the change in demonic qi back on Monster Mountain, Lai Feng immediately understood what was going on. Possession. Yang Kai and Mi Tian also reacted at the same time and called out in surprise. "You little brats have good eyesight." Shuai Yin cackled strangely, not trying to deny it. Instead, he shot a meaningful glance towards Yang Kai, a look of greed flashing across the depths of his eyes. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine when he saw Shuai Yin staring at him, not knowing what he meant. Shuai Yin no longer paid any attention to him, retracted his gaze, and continued to ask, "Who is Tianjiu to you?" "He is my family ancestor." Lai Feng's face flushed red as he grit his teeth and replied, "Is he still alive?" Shuai Yin tilted his head. "My family ancestor fell a long time ago. May I ask who senior is?" Lai Feng asked in a deep voice. When Tianjiu was alive, he was a top master on Monster Emperor Star. He was an extremely powerful monster king who had reached the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm. Unfortunately, he fell 10,000 years ago, leaving him as the strongest member of Lai Feng's bloodline to this day. He actually died? That's a pity. This king still has some old debts to settle with him. Shuai Yin seemed a little disappointed as he grinned, but it doesn't matter, it's all in the past. Encountering his junior today can be considered as settling one of this old master's grievances. "Who is senior?" Lai Feng asked in a trembling voice. He could feel that Shuai Yin was squeezing his big hand harder and harder, making it difficult for him to breathe. This king was born in the same era as Tianjiu and had many grievances with him. "Who do you think this king is?" Shuai Yin chuckled. Lai Feng's face turned pale as he trembled. "You're the Mad Crocodile King. You actually fell here." Lai Feng was naturally familiar with the history of his family. Tens of thousands of years ago, when Tianjiu was alive, the Shadow Vulture lineage was extremely powerful and dominated almost all of Monster Star. Unfortunately, there was another powerful monster king who could compete with Tianjiu. That was the Mad Crocodile Monster King. Now, after hearing Shuai Yin's words, Lai Feng immediately understood his identity. The guy who possessed Shuai Yin turned out to be the bloodthirsty and cruel Mad Crocodile Monster King. It was rumored that his cultivation was earth-shattering, but his actions were bloody and cruel. Countless monster race and human race cultivators died at his hands. The entire Monster Star was turned upside down by him, which was why he was called the Mad Crocodile Monster King. Tianjiu tried to kill him many times but failed, and the enmity between the two masters grew deeper and deeper. But later, he suddenly disappeared from Monster Star, and no one knew where he went. Qi Yu and the others knew that the Mad Crocodile King fell in the blood prison, but the younger generation did not know much about what happened tens of thousands of years ago. Now that he learned the truth, Lai Feng's courage almost shattered. Falling into the hands of such a monster race master, how could he have a good end? That's right, this king fell here, but this king can rise again today. Heh, since you are a descendant of Tianjiu, you can only blame your bad luck for bumping into this king. Shuai Yin sneered as he squeezed Lai Feng's neck with his big hand, and with a loud crack, Lai Feng's neck fell to the side and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. Lai Feng was dead. Shuai Yin was now so powerful that it was almost impossible to comprehend. Mi Tian gulped as his face turned pale. Even when facing Yang Kai, he had not felt so powerless. The great reputation of the Mad Crocodile Monster King made him unable to even think of resisting. At the moment of Lai Feng's death, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately retreated, wanting to leave this troublesome place. "You think you can leave without this king's permission?" Shuai Yin suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of Mi Tian and casually stretched out his hand. causing a mysterious force to burst forth. The space in front of Tian seemed to have turned into an impenetrable wall that blocked his path. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he watched this scene and vaguely understood. This was the power of his territory. Although Shui Lian's aura was still at the peak of the Third Order Origin Returning Realm, the Mad Crocodile Monster King who possessed his body was a genuine Third Order Origin King. It was understandable that he could use some of the power of his territory. It turns out this kind of power can be used like this. Yang Kai's eyes flashed brilliantly, seemingly very interested in Shui Lian's methods. Tian failed to escape and immediately changed directions. Shui Lian coldly snorted and waved his hand, summoning a blood flood dragon that transformed into a rope-like existence that shot towards Tian. Tian flew into a rage and turned around, causing the strange flower to burst into thousands of petals that shot towards Shui Lian from all directions. At the same time, his eyes suddenly bloomed with a strange brilliance as he stared straight at Shui Lian. Shui Lian showed no fear and simply sneered contemptuously, soul-absorbing evil eye. Daring to use this against this old master? Boy, you're overestimating yourself. Saying so, his scarlet eyes suddenly became deep and dark, like a bottomless pit that swallowed up Tian's evil eye. A terrifying spiritual energy burst out from Shui Lian's body. Tian screamed miserably, as if he had suffered a great deal of pain, his aura suddenly weakening. Not only did his evil eye not play any role, but it was also injured by Shui Lian, greatly damaging his soul. The blood-red rope instantly bound Tian tightly, making it impossible for him to escape. Shui Lian grinned fiercely as he raised his hand high and slowly clenched it into a fist. The blood-red rope that bound Tian quickly tightened as Shui Lian's fist moved. "Don't!" Tian cried out, but it was to no avail as the blood-red rope directly cut into his flesh and broke his bones. With a series of cracking sounds, Tian's flesh and blood were sent flying, leaving no trace of his body behind. With just a wave of his hand, he had killed 2 monster race rising stars. Shui Lian lowered his head and stared at his hand, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face as he muttered, "Good, good, the blood flood dragon bloodline really has its own uniqueness." He seemed very satisfied with his new body. But soon he slowly shook his head, raised his eyes, and stared at Yang Kai with an even more fervent gaze, his eyes filled with greed. For him, Yang Kai's existence seemed to be more attractive to him. "You're not running?" Shui Lian asked in amazement. Although he had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements when he killed Tian and Lai Feng, it was impossible for him to give him a chance to escape. However, this human just stood there and watched coldly, not even showing any intention of running away, which surprised Shui Lian greatly. Chapter 1609. Why should I run? Yang Kai, who was standing there, raised his brow and asked, "Are you not afraid of death? Aren't you afraid this king will kill you?" Shui Lian showed a look of interest. "It's not certain who will kill who. Senior's words are too confident," Yang Kai chuckled. Shui Lian narrowed his eyes and stared at Yang Kai seriously before nodding gently. "Although I don't want to admit it, you human are much better than my monster race's little brats. My monster race seems to be in decline right now." "Senior is too kind." Yang Kai still wore an indifferent look, but Senior doesn't need to act mysterious. Even if you were a monster king tens of thousands of years ago, now that you have taken over this body again, how much strength can you display? Be careful not to fail miserably. If that happens, you'll die a horrible death. Shui Lian was startled but immediately burst into laughter, his laughter rumbling like thunder as he nodded. "Good, good, even though you know this king's identity, you don't show the slightest fear and are even able to speak freely with this king. You human brat, you're really not bad, making this king feel a bit reluctant to kill you. And this king has just taken over this body and has experienced tens of thousands of years of weakness, so he really can't display much of his strength, but killing you is not a problem. Moreover, you must die. This king likes the golden divine dragon source in your body, so hand it over obediently and this king can give you a quick death." "The origin power of the golden holy dragon?" Yang Kai frowned, revealing a look of understanding. So it was Senior who wanted to kill me in the cave just now. No wonder I felt something was wrong. Your perception is quite keen. Shuai Yen coldly snorted. Enough nonsense, surrender obediently and this king won't be too cruel to you, but if you dare to resist, so what if I resist? Yang Kai coldly snorted before his figure flickered and suddenly disappeared. This is... Shuai Yen frowned, revealing a dignified look. The moment Yang Kai disappeared, Shuai Yen noticed a strange power that was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Soon Shuai Yen realized what it was and exclaimed, "Space Force!" Shuai Yen's eyes flashed a terrifying blood-red light as his expression twisted with excitement. He had never expected that this human's body would contain so much wealth that even he coveted it. Not to mention that the golden divine dragon source power was something that every monster race powerhouse yearned to possess. Even this unorthodox space force was not something that ordinary people could cultivate. As long as he could occupy this human boy's body, whether it was the golden divine dragon source or the space force he cultivated, Shuai Yen could take it all for himself. Although Shuai Yen's original monster body had inherited an ancient bloodline, how could it compare to the golden divine dragon? Coupled with the space force he possessed, Shuai Yen felt that if he could seize Yang Kai's body, his cultivation would rise to a whole new level in the future. Good. The heavens are really helping this king. Shuai Yen laughed, his blood-red eyes filled with greed. A creaking sound suddenly rang out as a half-moon-shaped void crack suddenly appeared 15 meters in front of Shuai Yen. This void crack was 10 meters long and as soon as it formed, it shot towards Shuai Yen. A chaotic aura pulsed from this void crack, giving off an extremely uncomfortable feeling, as if it was trying to banish Shuai Yen into the endless void. Your use of the Tao of space has actually reached such a level. Shuai Yen exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. Still standing in place without moving, Shuai Yen didn't even try to dodge, simply stretching out his hand and grasping forward. As he grasped, the rapidly advancing crescent-shaped void crack suddenly seemed to be bound by some kind of invisible force and stopped mid-air, unable to advance any further. Shuai Yen frowned as he madly pushed his monster chi and shouted, "Break for me!" With a roar, the crescent-shaped spatial rift was crushed by him, and the space that was cut open twisted and squirmed for a while before repairing itself. Walla. A slight noise came from the soles of Shuai Yen's feet and a gray figure appeared above his head, gripping a black stick with both hands and smashing it down fiercely. What is this? Shuai Yen was taken aback. Even with his perception, he did not notice any trace of this figure approaching him until it broke through the ground. Looking at it carefully, Shuai Yen discovered that this figure was not made of flesh and blood, but more like a humanoid rock. It wasn't tall, only about the length of an ordinary person's thigh. However, the black stick it held in its hands gave off a power that made Shuai Yen tremble in fear. If this stick hit, Shuai Yen estimated he wouldn't be able to obtain any benefits. His face sinking, Shuai Yen coldly snorted as a blood-red mist suddenly filled his body, forming a solid defense around him. The black stick smashed down fiercely. With a cracking sound, the defense Shuai Yen laid down was unable to withstand the power of this stick and directly collapsed, allowing the black stick to continue smashing towards his head. Shuai Yen's complexion finally changed as he covered his body in blood-red scales and used his flood dragon transformation to meet the incoming stick with his fist. On his fist, not only was there a frightening energy fluctuation, there was also a strange aura. It was the power of territory. Kong. The blood-red and black lights collided and a dazzling halo burst forth. Shuai Yen's body sank as he was smashed directly into the ground while the small figure was also sent flying backwards, landing heavily on the ground, but soon stood up, shaking its head as if nothing had happened. A high-pitched bird cry rang out as a strange fiery red bird suddenly appeared, its beautiful body swaying back and forth. Flapping its wings, it opened its mouth wide and spat out a series of fireballs containing terrifying power, instantly enveloping Shuai Yen's position. Shuai Yen's roar rang out in an instant as the sound of fireballs exploding echoed one after another. Yang Kai's figure once again appeared like a ghost, his expression indifferent as he swooped down from the sky, the verdant dragon bone sword already in his hand. Pouring his Saint Chi into it, a giant dark green dragon shook its head and wagged its tail before pouncing straight towards Shui Lian, seemingly wanting to swallow him whole. Yang Kai used almost all of his strength, not showing any intention of holding back. The other party's strength was unfathomable, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't treat him as an ordinary origin returning realm master. The giant dark green dragon's huge body slammed into the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Really? Why do I feel like Senior is lacking in confidence? Don't you want my golden holy dragon's origin power? If you kill me, everything will be yours. Why are you wasting your breath here? It is rumored that Master Wu Dao did accept a disciple 50 years ago, but unfortunately, no one knew who that disciple was, but it turns out to be him. He actually came to participate in the blood prison trial. What did he mean by that sentence just now? Could it be that this second-order origin returning realm brat also has a great background like him? After learning that this young man turned out to be Wu Dao's disciple, everyone's look towards him changed, becoming one of awe and envy. The old man from Imperial Spirit Pavilion no longer dared to underestimate what this young man had said before and frowned. "Friend, dare I ask just now?" The young man still had his hands behind his back and shook his head lightly. "You heard everything, so why bother asking? If you want to die, keep provoking me." The old man's face paled as he stared at Yang Kai in fear. He seemed to have seen some kind of huge backer behind Yang Kai and no longer dared to act presumptuously. As such, it was extremely rare to see an Origin King realm breakthrough. But right now, there was a master in this vast wasteland who was about to break through his own shackles. This person was obviously not prepared and was acting in a hurry. Such a lively scene was hard to come by even in 10,000 years. How could the countless cultivator outside the blood prison miss such a good opportunity? Observing an Origin King realm master break through was an experience for everyone. It was an opportunity for them to learn something from the Central Territory's territory that would benefit them for the rest of their lives. So, after guessing the truth of the matter, the cultivator gathered outside the blood prison summoned their star shuttles, transformed into multicolored streaks of light, and flew off into the distance. Sect Master. Lin Yu Rao's pretty face turned pale as her tender body trembled slightly. What's wrong? Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong with her expression and could not help frowning. If I'm not mistaken, the person breaking through should be Qian Tong. Lin Yu Rao quickly said. What? Yang Kai was shocked as his expression suddenly became solemn. Are you sure it's Elder Qian? There's an 80% chance. Lin Yu Rao bit her red lips lightly. The reason why Elder Qian did not wait for you here was because he felt his aura fluctuate and showed signs of breaking through. So he quickly left. He wanted to find a safe place to break through, but now it seems it's too late. Let's go. Yang Kai immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. If the person breaking through was indeed Qian Tong, the current situation was not optimistic. Outside the blood prison, there were now at least 1,000 cultivator, 70 to 80% of whom were origin-returning realm masters. At this moment, all of them were rushing towards the place where Qian Tong was breaking through. If they disturbed him, at best, he would fail to break through, and at worst, he would die on the spot. Yang Kai did not know what kind of grand scene would occur when he broke through to the Origin King realm, but inferring from the commotion caused when he broke through to the Origin returning realm, it was definitely not a trivial matter. The baptism of world energy was a huge test for Qian Tong, so at this time, no one could disturb him. Unexpectedly, it was Qian Tong who took the lead in crossing this threshold. Yang Kai was a little surprised. After all, when he separated from Shi Shan in the territory, Qian Tong had not shown any signs of breaking through, so in the past 10 days or so, he had definitely encountered another opportunity. Yang Kai's speed was extremely fast, and without using his star shuttle, a pair of almost transparent wings appeared behind him. The faint sound of wind and thunder could be heard as a stream of light flashed across his wings, surpassing one cultivator after another. To be honest, this Su feels a lot of pressure facing you. My performance? How did they know about my performance in the blood prison? Yang Kai's face sank. They probably don't know, but Senior Luo Hai of Green Mountain Star can sense some things. He is the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, Su Bin Bai explained. Yang Kai's face changed as he suddenly realized something was wrong. When Yang Kai left Green Mountain Star, Qian Tong and the other third-order origin returning realm masters had stayed behind. Qian Yu had also stayed behind to inquire about the whereabouts of Su Yan, Ice Master Qinya, and the others. Now that Yang Kai was leaving, Qian Yu naturally could not forget about her. That's not a problem, this Zhao will set off immediately. This Zhao will definitely bring Miss Qian Yu here in 6 or 7 days or as short as 2 or 3 days. Zhao Tianze promised. Then he bid farewell to Yang Xiuzhu and the others, and left at lightning speed. Sectmaster, why are you so nervous? Yang Xiuzhu looked at Yang Kai with some confusion. He could feel that Yang Kai was vigilant about something, but he did not know why. He reached the First Order origin returning realm so quickly? Her aptitude is actually that good? When Great Elder brought her back, she was only a Third Order saint, right? How many years has it been? Even if she had abundant resources, it shouldn't have happened so quickly, right? Bing Long also seemed to be very happy, her face beaming with joy as she asked, Great Elder, I heard that you have special characteristics of ice crystal? Is that true? Indeed. Ran Yun Ting nodded. Her physique is indeed ice crystal, but it doesn't seem to be an innate one, but rather an acquired one. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounters she had before this. After learning my Ice Heart Valley's secret techniques, her cultivation has soared. To tell Valley Master the truth, not only is she now a First Order origin returning realm cultivator, but she is also preparing to break through to the Second Order. Inside the Ice Palace, the expressions of the elders present became even more interesting, all of them extremely surprised and shocked. Bing Long was also very happy. There is no difference between innate and acquired. Her ice crystal is the key to the future of my Ice Heart Valley. The heavens have not abandoned my Ice Heart Valley. It seems that she is very likely to reach the same level of achievement as Supreme Elder in the future, and the future of my Ice Heart Valley may be entrusted to her. Ran Yun Ting said modestly, Valley Master overestimates her. This little girl's cultivation is still low, so she still needs Valley Master's guidance. Do everything possible to meet her needs. Bing Long shouted tenderly. Ran Yun Ting nodded respectfully. Great Elder, I heard that the reason Brilliant Flame Sect is targeting my Ice Heart Valley this time is because of you? Someone asked with a chuckle. I have also heard about this. It is rumored that the son of Brilliant Flame Sect's sect master, Wei Feng, met that little girl while he was out for life experience and couldn't forget her. After returning, he encouraged Wei Qing to come to my Ice Heart Valley and demand for her. I haven't seen that little girl yet. It seems that after coming to Pure Ice Island, she rarely goes out and has been in retreat all this time. I have seen her once, and she is indeed a peerless beauty. No wonder that little bastard Wei Feng can't forget her. If I were a man, I'm afraid I would also be captivated by her. The group of elders laughed and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. It's just groundless speculation, Ran Yun Ting smiled bitterly. Bing Long said, You are all elders of my Ice Heart Valley, can't you see that this matter is just a pretext? Brilliant Flame Sect is just using this as an excuse to embarrass us while taking the opportunity to test the condition of Supreme Elder's injuries. Once they determine that Supreme Elder is indeed injured, I'm afraid they will make a big move. This matter won't be able to be concealed for long. I want to see if Brilliant Flame Sect's teeth are tough or if my Ice Heart Valley's defenses are stronger. They won't have the courage to invade on such a large scale unless they don't care about life or death. If they dare come, we'll teach them a lesson. The group of women shouted with great momentum. On the left, an old woman who seemed to be in her 60s frowned, a look of worry appearing on her face. After the others finished speaking, she said, Reporting to Sect Master, this old woman heard a piece of news a few days ago. After leaving the ice room, the woman walked out unhurriedly, soon leaving the inner island of Pure Ice Island and arriving at the outer island. Pure Ice Island was divided into an inner island and an outer island. The inner island was heavily guarded, and ordinary people were not allowed to enter without being summoned. Only the core disciples of the elders and the core members of Ice Heart Valley could enter. The outer island was a place for ordinary people to live. The outer island covered a large area, so the young woman went straight to an ice peak in the southeast of the outer island. Under the ice mountain, there was a man-made ice mansion. There were hundreds of ice mansions like this in the entire ice mountain, and there were hundreds of ice mountains like this in the entire outer island. These ice palaces were naturally cave dwellings for people to live in. Depending on one's cultivation and contribution to Ice Heart Valley, the grade of these ice palaces varied. The young woman came to one of the ice palaces near the foot of the mountain, stretched out her hand, poured her Saint Chi into the barrier in front of it, and waited quietly. After a long time, there was no response. The young woman frowned, took out a token from her space ring, and placed it on the barrier in front of the ice palace. The next moment, the barrier opened on its own accord, revealing a passage. The young woman walked into this passage, her pace quick. Soon, she arrived at the innermost part of the ice palace and looked around, but there was no trace of anyone inside. There was only a letter left on a desk with the words, "To Su Yen." Her hand trembling, the young woman picked up the letter, opened the wax seal, and pulled out a piece of paper from it to read carefully. "Su Yen, I have received an order from the Elder Council to go out with my fellow sect members to perform a task. The order was issued in a hurry, so I was unable to say goodbye to you. If you come here to find me, you will definitely see this letter. The task this time is to find a person, and that person is Yang Kai. He has arrived on Scarlet Wave Star, but for some reason, Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley are both looking for him. Remember, don't act rashly, wait for me to come back." It was signed by Qinya, the former top master of Tong Xian Realm, Ice Master Qinya. Su Yen read this short letter from beginning to end several times, her tender body trembling slightly as she made sure she was not mistaken. Yang Kai had really come. When she saw the portrait of Yang Kai in her honored master's ice room, Su Yen almost couldn't believe it, but for some reason she couldn't ask Ran Yunting in person. As such, she hurriedly came to find Qinya early this morning to ask if she had heard any news. Back then, Qinya had come to Ice Heart Valley with Ran Yunting. Chapter 1628. But why is this place suddenly expanding? Could there be some kind of accident? Chu Lingxiao asked faintly. It should be related to Sect Master, you don't need to worry. A voice suddenly came from behind, causing the masters from the three clans to turn around and see Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Yi, Mo Yu, and Lin Yu Rao, four peak origin returning realm masters, walking over together. The three clans didn't dare to neglect and quickly cupped their fists. Yang Xiuzhu and the others quickly returned the gesture. Everyone obviously knew each other and knew who the other was. However, although Yang Xiuzhu and the others' cultivations were much higher than the masters from the human, monster, and demon clans, Ling Tai Su and the others had a very close relationship with Yang Kai, so Yang Xiuzhu and the others didn't dare act arrogantly and treated them as equals. Is it related to Yang Kai? Ling Tai Su became interested. Brother Yang, can you explain in detail? Everyone else also looked towards Yang Xiuzhu curiously. Yang Xiuzhu pondered for a moment before saying, the higher sect master's cultivation is, the more profound his attainments in the Tao of space are, and the wider this world will become. He didn't know much about the sealed world bead. As one of the former elders of Star Emperor Mountain, he only knew that it was a space artifact and an emperor artifact at that. There was too much he didn't know, so he could only give a general explanation. Hearing him say this, everyone nodded. So, this is Yang Kai's doing? Is he here? Zhang Yuan showed a suspicious look as he released his divine sense to investigate, a moment later a look of shock appearing on his face. He really is here. He seems to be in retreat with Xia Girl. These fluctuations of power are quite strange. Could it be his Tao of space? It should be. While everyone was talking, the expansion of the small sealed world did not stop. From its original size of 100 kilometers, it expanded to 10,000 kilometers before gradually subsiding. At the edge of this small sealed world, there seemed to be some kind of obscure force blocking the fluctuations of Yang Kai's Tao of space, making it impossible to see the full picture. There's actually a cluster of buildings over there. Lei Long's eyes were sharp. He immediately saw a new cluster of buildings in the distance. Those buildings weren't too densely built. Although they looked scattered and disorderly, they were scattered all over the place, as if they were hiding something. Should we go and take a look? Everyone was curious and wanted to ask around. This old man will be the vanguard first. The old demon laughed loudly as he turned into a ray of light and rushed over, seemingly fearless. The others slowly shook their heads and followed closely behind. Yang Xiaozhu and the other three looked at each other in dismay. Then, they smiled bitterly and followed after him. After a short while, everyone arrived at the location of the building complex. As soon as they set foot on this place, everyone's spirits were shaken. This was because the heaven and earth spiritual chi here was actually 2 to 3 times denser than the original location. This also meant that if one could cultivate here, the efficiency would be at least twice as high as before. This place is not bad. My monster race wants to occupy a part of it. Lei Long did not decline. He stretched out his hand and drew out a large area. Then my demon race will occupy this area. Zhang Yuan followed suit. Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya glanced at each other, the former calmly declaring, "Then leave the rest to my human race." After a few words, the masters of the 3 races divided up this new cluster of buildings, each occupying a large piece of land. It seems that the world energy aura in this new world is much richer. Chapter 1629. Ran Yun Ting was dumbfounded. Since she brought Su Yen back to Pure Ice Island nearly 30 years ago, she had never seen Su Yen smile. Today was the first time. This sudden smile was in stark contrast to the cold and aloof expression she had displayed before. Coupled with Su Yan's almost flawless face, Ran Yun Ting couldn't help falling into a daze for a moment. She couldn't help feeling a sense of inferiority in her heart. Soon, Ran Yun Ting dispelled these distracting thoughts and asked with a gloomy face, "You actually had a man? When did this happen?" "It was a long time before I met Honored Master." "Did you have any intimate contact with him?" Ran Yun Ting continued to ask. An intoxicating blush appeared on Su Yan's cheeks as she nodded lightly. Ran Yun Ting's body trembled as if she had lost all her strength, and she stumbled back 2 steps. Her eyes filled with obvious disappointment as she asked bitterly, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Honored Master never asked." Su Yen bit her red lips lightly. Ran Yun Ting continued, "I didn't ask because your aura was so pure that Honored Master thought you were a virgin. But since you have had intimate contact with a man, why is your aura not turbid?" Once a woman had intimate contact with a man, there would be some residual yang qi in her body, enough to break the purity of her aura. Su Yan's aura was extremely clean and untainted. Ran Yun Ting would never have dreamed that she was no longer a virgin. Was it because of her special physique? It was also possible. Su Yan's physique was obviously not innate, but rather acquired. Perhaps when her physique was formed, her aura had become pure. "You don't know how to cherish yourself." Ran Yun Ting grit her teeth and shouted. "Disciple has disappointed Honored Master." Su Yen lowered her eyes. "If I had known about this, I would never have allowed you to cultivate the Ice Jade's secret art." Ran Yun Ting said bitterly, her great expectations turning into disappointment as she said with red eyes, "Did you know that once you cultivate the Ice Jade's secret art, you will suffer backlash from the secret art? Your current situation is still quite mild, but if you continue like this, your Saint Chi will dissipate and you will eventually become a cripple." Disciple didn't know. Su Yen shook her head, showing no fear. She came to Pure Ice Island and worshipped Ran Yun Ting as her master. Whatever Ran Yun Ting told her to cultivate, she naturally cultivated, so how could she ask any questions? It wasn't until a few days ago when there was a problem with her cultivation method that she realized it. Ran Yun Ting's expression changed as she realized the seriousness of the situation. Although she was disappointed that Su Yen had concealed her love history, she still had high hopes for this disciple of hers, so she hurriedly said, "Su Yen, it's not too late. You need to cut the Gordian knot and sever your feelings, otherwise, your cultivation will continue to decline until you become an ordinary person. At that time, no one will be able to save you." "Cut off the threads of love?" Su Yen raised her eyes and looked towards Ran Yun Ting, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes as she slowly but firmly shook her head. "Honored Master, please forgive me, disciple will not do such a thing." "Do?" Ran Yun Ting pointed a finger at Su Yen, unable to utter a single word. Su Yen smiled again. If I can see him again, even if this disciple is reduced to an ordinary person, I am willing. Ran Yunting's expression froze as she stared at Su Yen in a daze. Are these your heartfelt words? You won't regret it? Su Yen nodded. Have you ever thought that you are only doing this for a moment of pleasure? If you really become an ordinary person, your lifespan will be less than 100 years, and you will eventually grow old. Chapter 1630. The woman frowned and asked curiously, Does junior sister also know this person? Hearing this question, Su Yen realized that she had lost her composure a little. While walking just now, she had suddenly heard someone talking about Yang Kai and had immediately rushed over. Taking a deep breath, Su Yen restrained the strange look on her face and nodded, I know him. Senior sister, can you tell me when you met him and how he is doing? Junior sister can't thank you enough. Junior sister's relationship with him seems to be quite deep. The woman leading the group chuckled, not intending to get to the bottom of the matter. Naturally, I can tell you, but it happened a few years ago. A few years ago? Su Yen frowned. And, junior sister, you also know that when the Emperor Garden opened a few years ago, I went there with several other sect brothers. It was there that I met him. If it weren't for his help, we senior sister and I would have suffered heavy casualties at the hands of Brilliant Flame sect's Kong Wendong. He helped us and even killed Kong Wendong. He killed Kong Wendong? Kong Wendong was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, but he was able to kill him. Doesn't that mean he is very powerful? The people who had been chatting with this woman before were amazed. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely recognize this woman. During his trip to the Emperor Garden, the first cultivator battle Yang Kai encountered was between this woman and Kong Wendong over an ancient secluded home. Yang Kai's True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture and Purple Origin Furnace were obtained at that time. Can you tell me more about it? Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked at the other woman expectantly. The woman looked at Su Yan thoughtfully for a moment before seemingly realizing something and nodding, yes. Immediately, she recounted what happened in the Emperor Garden a few years ago. The group of Ice Heart Valley disciples listened with great interest while Su Yen fell into a daze. He's already so powerful. Su Yen didn't know who Kong Wendong was, but from the exclamations of her fellow sect brothers and sisters nearby, she could infer some information. Kong Wendong was definitely a top master in the Third Order Origin returning realm, and Yang Kai was actually able to kill him a few years ago. At that time, he was still just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. Now that a few years had passed, just what realm Yang Kai had reached? What kind of combat power did he possess? Her junior brother, her own man, such an amazing man. A faint smile appeared on Su Yan's face and all of Pure Ice Island seemed to light up for a moment. Junior sister Su, hurry, don't make things difficult for us. Su Yan's eyes. Senior sister, juniors, seniors. That's right. If the Great Elder finds out about this, he'll definitely punish us. When that time comes, junior sister Su, will you take the punishment for us? Another woman also shouted. Everyone else looked at them in surprise before turning to look at Su Yen, not understanding what was going on. Su Yen thanked the senior sister who had told her about Yang Kai's situation before saying goodbye and continuing to walk towards her ice palace, her pace light, her previous worries swept away. At the bottom of the Blue River, the sealed world bead was covered in silt, having been silent for more than a year. One day, a school of foot-long fish swam above the sealed world bead, sticking close to the silt. The fish at the front swung their tails, stirring up the silt, creating a whirlpool of water that dragged the sealed world bead to the surface. The fish that came after opened their mouths and swallowed the sealed world bead into their bellies, wriggling about uncomfortably for a while before continuing to swim downstream with the school of fish as if nothing had happened. More than 30 years. More than 30 years had passed since they parted. This kind of parting was different from the parting of Xia Ningchang. Although Yang Kai had not seen Xia Ningchang for many years, he knew that she was in Tong Xian realm, waiting for him there. Su Yan was different. After so many years, Yang Kai did not know where she was, how she was doing, or whether she was safe. This kind of worry was far more torturous than longing. Qin Ye's words made him smile. His smile was filled with relief. Are you really together? Yang Kai asked again, where is she now? She's not here now, she's in Ice Heart Valley. Ice Heart Valley? You joined Ice Heart Valley? Yang Kai was stunned. Because of this slight distraction, Yan Qilei had taken the upper hand in their originally evenly matched situation, forcing Yu Xueqing to desperately defend while cursing Yang Kai in her heart for acting so recklessly. She knew that this was the end. Not only would she not be able to bring Yang Kai back to Ice Heart Valley, but the dozen or so others would also die. As for herself, her chances of escaping were less than 30%. For a time, Yu Xueqing was burning with anxiety, but there was nothing she could do. This little brat is interesting. And Elder Yin said not to kill him, so we can only capture him alive. How troublesome. Jiang Shi looked at Yang Kai, who was quickly approaching him, and waved his hand, separating a wisp of poison mist from his body and shooting straight towards Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, this wisp of poison mist arrived in front of Yang Kai and twisted like a rope, wrapping around Yang Kai, obviously trying to capture him alive. This is bad. The young woman's heart sank as she couldn't bear to watch what was about to happen, her heart filled with both hatred and anxiety. If it weren't for Yang Kai's hasty actions, they would have at least had some hope of completing this mission. Even if they had to sacrifice some people, it would have been worth it, but now, it was all over. The poison mist seemed to have a mind of its own as it wrapped around Yang Kai's body. This boy is useful to your brilliant flame sect, so I'll leave him to you. Jiang Shi ordered, not even sparing Yang Kai a glance as he flew past him, heading straight for the young woman and the others not far away. The brilliant flame sect disciples exchanged glances before one of them rushed towards Yang Kai while the others continued to follow behind Jiang Shi. The group of 7 or 8 people brushed past Yang Kai. Golden light flashed. Blood spattered and broken limbs flew. Several people's vitality was instantly extinguished. Mangled corpses and minced meat fell down like rain. The scene was extremely bloody. Perceiving the energy fluctuations behind him, Jiang Shi frowned and turned around suspiciously. In the next moment, his eyes bulged as he quickly turned around and stared at Yang Kai solemnly, a look of disbelief filling his eyes. The poisonous smoke he had used to bind this little brat had at some unknown time dissipated, and the brilliant flame sect cultivators who had been following him had all died. There was no sound of battle, no screams before death. It was as if there was only a momentary burst of energy and 6 or 7 origin-returning realm cultivators had inexplicably died. Jiang Shi suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he felt a chill run down his spine. What happened? On the side of Ice Heart Valley, the group of women were also stunned, the young woman leading them trembling slightly as a dazed look appeared on her face, as if she was in a dream. Qin Ye's beautiful eyes filled with splendor as she showed an expression of understanding. Yang Kai's insistence on not running away and instead taking the initiative to meet the enemy was something she had already guessed. She didn't know much about Yang Kai, but from Su Yan, she knew that Yang Kai was someone who could often create miracles and could easily challenge those above his realm. Before, she had only been guessing, but now the facts were right in front of her. The 6 or 7 people from Brilliant Flame sect, ranging from First Order returning realm to Third Order cultivators, had all inexplicably died when they brushed past Yang Kai. This was no longer something that could be explained by simply fighting above one's realm. This was simply a miracle. No one knew how Yang Kai did it. All they saw was a burst of golden light. Impossible? The young woman looked at Yang Kai in shock. Not only did it prevent Jiangxi's poison mist from forming, but it also left a series of large and small wounds on Jiangxi's body. The smell of burnt flesh gradually filled the air. Jiangxi's expression became fierce as he suddenly took out an artifact that gave off powerful energy fluctuations and spat out a mouthful of 5-colored poison mist into it. After absorbing the 5-colored poison mist, the artifact quickly twisted and transformed into a huge multicolored python. The poisonous python twisted its body and rushed directly into the sky to meet the firebird. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiangxi once again pushed his Saint Qi to break free from the suppression of Yang Kai's Shi and rushed towards Yang Kai. He obviously wanted to take this opportunity to kill Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai died, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. As for Brilliant Flame Sect's Yan Qilei's advice. At this moment, Jiangxi could not even protect himself, so how could he pay any attention to it? In the blink of an eye, Jiangxi rushed to a position only 10 meters away from Yang Kai, and the poison mist lingering around his body began twisting as if it had a mind of its own, separating from his body and transforming into terrifying attacks that shot towards Yang Kai. At this time, the Ice Heart Valley girls finally came back to their senses, and the leading young woman shouted, "Hurry up and help." As she spoke, ice attribute energy fluctuations burst from her tender body and a series of powerful ice spikes formed and shot towards Jiangxi's back. The other women also reacted and used their own killing moves and secret techniques to attack Jiangxi. The golden light reappeared and the golden blood thread suspended in front of Yang Kai was shaken by Yang Kai, trembling slightly before suddenly disappearing. Jiangxi's soul almost left his body. At this moment, he felt as if he would die if he did not escape. Instinctively, Jiangxi paused, grit his teeth, and dodged to the side. The golden blood thread suddenly appeared and shot through the afterimage he had left behind. Jiangxi broke out in cold sweat, but before he could recover, the attacks of the dozen or so women from Ice Heart Valley bombarded him. The place where he stood was instantly covered by hundreds of ice spikes. The world energy around him became chaotic and Jiangxi's muffled groan could be heard, obviously injured. The cultivations of Ice Heart Valley's disciples were not as good as Jiangxi's, so they might be instantly killed in a one-on-one battle, but the power of more than a dozen of them working together could not be underestimated. Dust flew up as the scene became chaotic. The young woman leading Ice Heart Valley's group felt her heart skip a beat as she stared nervously. "Is he dead?" someone asked. As soon as these words fell, Jiangxi's voice came from a great distance. "Ice Heart Valley's maidservants, just wait for this old master. Sooner or later, this old master will slaughter his way to Pure Ice Island and kill you one by one." Chapter 1637. As long as Yang Kai didn't get involved with Yu Xueqing's ability, she wouldn't be able to stop him and he could easily leave. As such, his life or death was in Yang Kai's hands. Yu Xueqing frowned and hurriedly shouted, "Little brother, don't be afraid, his Brilliant Flame Sect's strength is not ordinary, but my Ice Heart Valley is not made of mud. Naturally, we will protect you. Please help me kill this thief." She was afraid that Yang Kai would be intimidated by the other party's words and back out. After all, Yan Qilei was different from Jiangxi. Although Jiangxi's strength was high, he was just a loner. Even if he was killed, no one would avenge him. On the other hand, Yan Qilei was an elder of Brilliant Flame sect with a huge force supporting him. Of course I'll kill him. Yang Kai grinned as he looked at Yan Qilei sarcastically. Even at this time you still want to threaten me? Are all your Brilliant Flame sect's people so stupid? Yan Qilei's face turned pale. Right, I forgot to tell you, this isn't the first time I've killed someone from Brilliant Flame sect. I killed a guy named Kong Wendong in the Emperor Garden before and someone named Zhang Qing in the Blood Prison some time ago. Both of them were from your Brilliant Flame sect, right? Yan Qilei really panicked this time. He hadn't expected that the grievances between Yang Kai and Brilliant Flame sect would be so deep. Whether it was Kong Wendong or Zhang Qing, both of them were famous figures in Brilliant Flame sect, elders ranked above him. However, Kong Wendong had gone to the Emperor Garden and failed to return while Zhang Qing had gone to the Blood Prison. If what Yang Kai said was true, didn't that mean they had all died at his hands? I don't have a good impression of your Brilliant Flame sect, so die. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became cold as an extremely pure spiritual energy condensed into a straight line and blasted towards Yan Qilei. The soundless but vast power was like a sharp sword that could cut through anything. It directly tore apart Yan Qilei's defense and pierced into his sea of consciousness. Yan Qilei screamed as his face turned as white as paper, his soul clearly damaged. Yu Xueqing's beautiful eyes lit up. She took this opportunity to stimulate her own potential and intent field. With her body as the center, the area within a radius of 300 feet immediately became extremely cold, as if even the air had been frozen. A thin layer of frost appeared on the surface of Yan Qilei's body as the cold air invaded his body, affecting the circulation of his Saint Qi and the flexibility of his body. The fiery bird seized the chance and swooped down, opening its bloody mouth and swallowing Yan Qilei. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the firebird artifact spirit's abdomen began to bulge, but the scorching power offset it. As time passed, the commotion became smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared. A ball of lightning suddenly appeared in the firebird's body. The firebird turned into a streak of fire and returned to Yang Kai's body, leaving behind a pile of wreckage. It was clear that this fellow had also been affected by the heaven-scorching lightning fire secret technique. Just like Zhang Qing and Kong Wendong, the heaven-scorching lightning fire had been devoured by the firebird after its death in order to increase its strength. A calamity was miraculously resolved. Yu Xueqing stood in place, gasping for breath while looking at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze. The other women from Ice Heart Valley were also shocked. Only Qingyu wore a smile on her face. After a long time, Yu Xueqing reluctantly accepted reality and nodded to Yang Kai. Thank you. The 13th elder of Iceheart Valley wore a strange expression as she lightly coughed and said, "That is the inner island of Pure Ice Island. As a man, it is absolutely impossible for you to set foot on it. We are now on the outer island, and if it were not for the special situation this time, you would not have been allowed to enter. It is Junior's honor to be able to enter Pure Ice Island. Junior thanks Senior." Yang Kai cupped his fists and thanked her. Because of Su Yen, Yang Kai was in a good mood and suddenly found that all the women from Ice Heart Valley were radiant, so their attitude was naturally very warm. Although she didn't know why Yang Kai had changed so slightly, Yu Xueqing didn't pursue the matter and simply nodded. "You can stay here for the time being. As for the future, wait until I return to Sect Master and the Elder Council." Chapter 1639. This queen will find an opportunity to talk to him. At the very least, we need to know if Master Luo Hai came to Scarlet Wave Star because of him and why. If everything has nothing to do with him, it won't be too late for us to find a way to recruit him, but if Master Luo Hai really came because of him. Bing Long sighed softly. When the time comes, we can only hand him over in exchange for the safety of my Ice Heart Valley. Valley Master is wise. All the elders nodded in unison, having no objections to this decision. Yang Kai's aptitude and potential were indeed excellent. He could fight opponents above his realm and was very likely to break through to the Origin King realm in the future. However, that was only the future, and right now he was just a second-order Origin returning realm cultivator. Between the fear of a second-order Origin King Star Master and the promise of a bright but illusory future, which was more important, everyone could naturally tell. Valley Master, when will you see him? This elder will also meet him. Ran Yunting's voice suddenly came from outside the Ice Palace. Everyone turned their heads and saw Great Elder Ran Yunting striding over. Great Elder is also interested in him? Bing Long was a little surprised. Although Ran Yunting's strength was not as good as hers, the gap between the two of them was quite small. Since she brought Su Yen back to Pure Ice Island more than 30 years ago, she had been devoting herself to cultivating her, showing no interest in other people. Now, she was actually taking the initiative to meet Yang Kai, which naturally surprised Bing Long. Of course, this elder is naturally interested in meeting such an outstanding talent. Ran Yunting smiled softly. For some reason, everyone felt a chill run down their spines and looked at each other blankly. At the same time, somewhere 10 million kilometers away from Pure Ice Island, at the headquarters of Brilliant Flame Sect, which was as famous as Ice Heart Valley. Brilliant Flame Sect's headquarters was located in the best location on Scarlet Wave Star. The headquarters was surrounded by beautiful mountains and clear waters, a beautiful environment, and an abundant world energy aura. The two great forces of Scarlet Wave Star had always been evenly matched, but in recent years, Brilliant Flame Sect had been able to gain the upper hand in the battle with Ice Heart Valley. The reason for this was because there were rumors that Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder had suffered a serious injury while cultivating. Supreme Elder-level characters were naturally Origin Kings, and although she would not intervene in the struggles of juniors, such news would affect the morale of Ice Heart Valley's disciples. Brilliant Flame Sect had also been steadily advancing over the past few years, faintly suppressing Ice Heart Valley. South of Brilliant Flame Sect's headquarters, in a bamboo forest, there were several huts. These cottages were built very simply and looked inconspicuous. They were surrounded by mountains and faced the lake, but the location was not bad. Around the cottages, there were fiery red bamboos everywhere. At this moment, there were two people sitting cross-legged on a stone block in front of the hut. There was a chessboard placed on the stone table in the middle, and the black and white pieces were fighting non-stop. The one on the left was an old man with fiery red hair and beard. He looked very old, but his skin was gentle like a newborn. Every movement of his was filled with a powerful aura. Opposite him was a middle-aged man in a golden robe and a golden crown on his head. 300 meters away from these two, there was a man with an elegant temperament standing silently, motionless like a statue. Only when he looked at these two would a look of yearning appear on his face from time to time. Chapter 1640. Not long after, Wei Qing returned again with a young man. This young man's appearance was quite good, but his aquiline nose and dark eyes ruined his overall sense of beauty and his aura was weak. At first glance, it was obvious he was the kind of person who was obsessed with wine and women. When he arrived, the young man was trembling and his face was pale as he kept gulping, staring at Chihua with horror and fear in his eyes. Although he was an Origin returning realm master, he was like an ordinary person without the strength to truss a chicken, hiding behind Wei Qing and seeking protection, not daring to face Chihua's majesty directly. Chihua glanced at him and coldly snorted, the contempt and disdain in his eyes obvious. "Supreme Elder, I've brought Feng," Wei Qing said bitterly. "Good, you can withdraw." Chihua waved his hand at Wei Qing. Wei Qing opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything and just sighed, glanced back at his son, slowly shook his head, and quickly left. Wei Feng was instantly at a loss for what to do, and he looked anxiously at his father's figure as he cried out, "Father, shut up!" Qi Hu shouted. Wei Feng shivered and almost fell to the ground in fright, turning his head to look at Qi Hua in horror, his face turning even paler. He had no idea why Supreme Elder had summoned him. His status in Brilliant Flame Sect was not ordinary and he could rely on his father's power and authority to do whatever he wanted, but in front of Supreme Elder he was nothing but a fart. If Supreme Elder wanted to kill him, even his father couldn't stop him. Supreme Elder has been in seclusion in the sect these days. I haven't made any mistakes. I beg Supreme Elder not to kill me. Wei Feng suddenly cried bitterly as he knelt on the ground with a thump, and then he started stammering as he kowtowed vigorously, causing his head to knock against the ground to the point it emitted banging sounds. The contempt and disgust in Qi Hua's eyes became stronger and stronger. Luo Hai slowly shook his head and frowned. Wei Qing can be regarded as the future pillar of Brilliant Flame Sect, but why is his son like this? A loving mother leads to a wastrel son. Qi Hua grunted coldly, and then he looked angrily at Wei Feng as he shouted with a grim voice. "Stand up for me!" Wei Feng cried out with shock, and he didn't dare dally as he hurriedly crawled up. However, his back was still bent, and he was unable to restrain his tears from flowing while he squeezed out a trace of a fawning smile as he looked anxiously at Qi Hua, and he seemed even more unsightly than if he was crying. "Straighten your back, you good-for-nothing." Qi Hua was full of anger. He strode forward and slapped Wei Feng's face twice. With two crisp slaps, Wei Feng felt as if his face had been slapped away. He was numb. Qi Hua was an Origin King Realm Master, so even if he did not use any of his strength, just two casual slaps would be enough to shatter Wei Feng. Fortunately, Wei Feng was still useful to Qi Hua, so it was naturally impossible to kill him here. Grabbing Wei Feng's neck and lifting him up like a chicken, Qi Hua coldly said, "Boy, your luck has come. Didn't you take a fancy to a woman from Ice Heart Valley? This old master will take you to Pure Ice Island." Wei Feng was stunned as he stared blankly at Qi Hua, seemingly not having expected that Supreme Elder would call him over for this matter. After a moment of stunned silence, Wei Feng was overjoyed and eagerly asked, "Is Supreme Elder serious?" Su Yan's exquisite face, which seemed to be carved from ice and jade, suddenly flashed in front of his eyes, causing Wei Feng's blood to boil. "Would Supreme Elder joke with you?" Qi Hua grinned meaningfully. But what if Ice Heart Valley refuses?" Wei Feng asked. Chapter 1641. Then why did little brother Yang come to Scarlet Wave Star this time? Bing Long asked again. "I just happened to pass by. Do you know that Brilliant Flame Sect has been looking for you for nearly a year now? I've heard about it. Why is Brilliant Flame Sect looking for you with such great fanfare?" After asking a few questions, Bing Long's questions gradually became more straightforward. Yang Kai smiled lightly, took a sip from his teacup, and shook his head. "I don't know." "You don't know?" Bing Long chuckled lightly before her voice suddenly became low. "Then this queen will ask again, did Master Luo Hai of Green Mountain's Star come to Scarlet Wave Star because of you? Since Senior already knows, why bother asking?" Bing Long was surprised. Did Master Luo Hai really come for you? She had some speculations before. After all, after Luo Hai arrived on Scarlet Wave Star, he went to Brilliant Flame Sect, and Brilliant Flame Sect began looking for Yang Kai. Connecting all of this together, one could not help but have some guesses. Guesses were just guesses, but after being confirmed by Yang Kai, Bing Long still felt quite surprised. What kind of character was Luo Hai? Looking at the entire territory of Starfall Star, he was one of the top masters, Yet for Yang Kai, he had actually come to Scarlet Wave Star from Green Mountain Star. But Bing Long asked again. Yang Kai shook his head and said seriously, Junior cannot answer this question. If Senior wants to know, you might as well ask Luo Hai himself. The surprise in Bing Long's eyes became even stronger. Yang Kai actually called Luo Hai by his name. There was no trace of respect in his voice. One had to know that when one reached Luo Hai's level of strength, regardless of whether they had a relationship with him or not, they would always add the words master or senior to their name to show respect. Even ordinary origin kings were not exempt from this. Although Bing Long was the Valley Master of Ice Heart Valley, she still had to respectfully address Luo Hai as master. Yang Kai, on the other hand, turned a blind eye. Bing Long observed Yang Kai's expression and asked in amazement, Do you have a grudge with Master Luo Hai? He chased me all the way from Green Mountain Star to Scarlet Wave Star and nearly killed me several times. Senior, do you think there is any grudge between us? Yang Kai sneered softly. He did not intend to hide this matter, because this kind of thing could not be hidden. Bing Long and Ran Yunting shook at the same time as they stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. After a long silence, Bing Long said with a complicated expression, Your luck is really good, you were actually able to escape from Master Luo Hai. She thought that Kai Yang being able to come out unscathed was completely due to luck. If not for this, how could a second-order origin returning realm cultivator survive against a second-order origin king? What kind of grievances do you have with Master Luo Hai? Tell me in detail. Ran Yunting suddenly opened her mouth. This was the first time she had spoken since she had arrived here, but her words contained an irrefutable tone. This made Yang Kai frown as he secretly thought to himself, I'm not from Ice Heart Valley, so why is she ordering me around in such an overbearing tone? However, considering that she was Su Yan's master, Yang Kai did not want to give her a hard time and could only say, This junior has no comment. Boy, haven't you figured out the situation yet? This is my pure ice island, and you've provoked a master like Master Luo Hai. If you want to live, you'd best cooperate with us obediently, otherwise, even if you have great skill, you won't be able to escape this calamity. Ran Yunting saw Yang Kai acting so insensibly and her face sank. Chapter 1642. Ran Yunting gently nodded, her eyes sweeping over Qin Ya's face indifferently. Ran Yunting didn't know if it was because of Yang Kai, but she suddenly found this outer islander from Tong Xian realm to be a bit of an eyesore. Yang Kai's untactful face flashed across her mind, irritating her greatly. What are you all arguing about? Don't you know Su Yan is in retreat? Ran Yunting shouted. The eyes of the two women who were responsible for guarding Su Yan flashed with a trace of panic as they noticed that Great Elder's mood was not very good. The woman surnamed Zhou glanced over at Qinya and said in an aggrieved tone, Reporting to Great Elder, this junior sister insisted on going in to see Su Yan. We have already stopped her, but she is still chattering here, refusing to withdraw. Great Elder, it is not our intention to disturb Su Yan, there is simply a reason for this. The other woman also cried out. Ran Yunting's sharp eyes fell on Qinya as she said coldly, If she refuses to withdraw, don't you know how to beat her back? Have all these years gone to waste? As soon as the statement came out, Qinya and the other two were dumbfounded. None of them had expected Great Elder to say such a thing. In Ice Heart Valley, although there were disputes between senior sister and junior sister, no one would ever fight. But what the Great Elder meant was for him to beat Qinya up. The woman surnamed Zhou was unable to wrap her head around this for a while, and stood in place in a daze. What are you still standing there for? Are you deaf or what? Ran Yunting shouted again. The woman surnamed Zhou shuddered and came back to her senses, realizing that the Great Elder was not joking. Her heart was filled with anger from being reprimanded, but she had nowhere to vent it. Hearing this, she shouted, Yes, I will follow the Great Elder's orders. Saying so, she pushed her Saint Chi and pushed her palm towards Qinya. Great Elder. Qinya opened her mouth to call out, but she had only managed to utter a few words when she was hit in the chest by a fierce force. Her tender body was sent flying almost uncontrollably, coughing up a mouthful of blood midair that dyed her white dress red. Hong long long. Qinya was sent flying several tens of feet away, crashed into an ice wall, and fell to the ground in a sorry state. His face was pale and bloodless. He forced himself to get up, but he was still unable to catch his breath for a long time. She was now a second-order Saint King, while the woman surnamed Zhou who attacked her was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. The huge gap in cultivation made it impossible for her to resist a single blow. With one palm strike, Qinya was already injured. Her beautiful eyes trembled violently as she stared at Ran Yun-ting in disbelief. She couldn't understand why the Great Elder had suddenly issued such an unreasonable order. Scram! If you dare set foot on the inner island again, this elder will expel you from Ice Heart Valley. Ran Yun-ting reprimanded mercilessly. Qinya! Su Yan's door suddenly opened, and an anxious look appeared on her face, her tender body flickering as she rushed towards Qinya. Although she had heard the dispute between Qinya and the woman surnamed Zhou and the others just now, because of Ran Yun-ting's orders, she didn't dare to show herself and could only close the door. But now, Qinya was actually injured, and she could no longer hold back. The two of them were both from Tong Xin realm and had joined Ice Heart Valley together. They were like sisters, so how could she just stand by and watch Qinya be beaten? However, as soon as she appeared, Ran Yun-ting waved her hand and a strong wind blew towards Su Yan, pushing her back inside. If you dare take a single step outside, I'll kill her right now. Ran Yun-ting stood outside the ice room, looking at Su Yan's grief-stricken face with a cold expression. She had never had such great ambitions, so her request was very simple. Outside the door, the two senior and junior sisters didn't hold back at all as they mocked and ridiculed him. One after another, they seemed to be in a good mood. Su Yan felt a slight chill in her heart but didn't say anything, simply sitting down cross-legged and closing the door to the ice room with a wave of her hand. In the pavilion of the outer island, Yang Kai found the Ice Heart Valley woman who was taking care of his daily needs. This woman was also from the outer island and was only a first-order saint. She appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, and although she wasn't particularly beautiful, she was quite delicate and gave off a clean aura. Those from Pure Ice Island all cultivated the ice attribute, so there was a faint chill around her. "Girl, do you know Qinya?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. "Senior sister Qinya? I know her." The woman nodded and replied with a slight smile, "Our secluded homes aren't very far from each other, so we often meet. This brother, do you also know senior sister Qinya? And can you take me to see her? You want to see senior sister Qinya?" The woman was startled and frowned, looking a little hesitant. "I'm afraid that's not possible. The elder said that brother can only rest here and cannot walk around at will without the elder's orders. Brother, you should know that our Ice Heart Valley is all women, and no man has ever set foot here. If you see something you shouldn't see while walking around," as she spoke, the woman's face flushed red. "If that's the case, then forget it." Yang Kai smiled freely and didn't insist, chatting with the woman for a while before turning around and returning to the pavilion. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't make things difficult for her, the woman couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, thinking that this young man was quite easy to talk to. Returning to the pavilion, Yang Kai's expression was calm, neither happy nor angry, but he still felt a little uneasy in his heart. "Don't tell me I'm under house arrest?" Moreover, it had been 3 days since Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master, Bing Long, and Great Elder Ran Yun-ting had come to visit. During these 3 days, no one had come to pay him any attention, not even Qinya. This made Yang Kai somewhat puzzled. Others not coming was one thing, but how could Qinya not come? She knew why he had come to Ice Heart Valley this time, but now he was trapped in this pavilion on the outer island, unable to leave, let alone visit Su Yan. During these 3 days, Su Yen had not communicated with him spiritually. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong, so he quietly released his divine sense and found that the woman was still guarding outside the pavilion. Space force spread out around Yang Kai, and in the next moment, Yang Kai disappeared like a ghost. If it were anyone else, sneaking out would not be an easy task, but for Yang Kai, who had comprehended Space Force, it was extremely easy. Without the woman noticing, he had already appeared in a hidden location 1.5 kilometers away. Looking up at an ice peak a dozen kilometers away, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he approached it. While chatting just now, Yang Kai had intentionally or unintentionally inquired about the location of the woman's secluded home and learned its exact location. Since she said that it was not far from Qin Ya's secluded home should also be on that ice peak. Yang Kai just didn't know where it was. After a short while, Yang Kai arrived at the foot of the ice peak, and while concealing his aura, he looked up. There were hundreds of secluded homes carved out of this ice peak, and all of them seemed to be occupied, causing Yang Kai a slight headache. Pass down the order of the elders, Qin Ya's cultivation will be abolished, and she will be expelled from Ice Heart Valley, never to set foot on Pure Ice Island again. A single word stirred up 1,000 waves. Bing Dai's words made the entire ice mountain burst into an uproar, bursts of exclamations resounded, many women covered their mouths with their hands, looking at Qin Ya with shock and sympathy, their beautiful eyes trembled violently. Expulsion from Ice Heart Valley and the abolition of one's cultivation was the cruelest punishment Ice Heart Valley could inflict. It was even more terrifying than death. Death only lasted for a moment, but if one's cultivation was abolished and one was expelled from Ice Heart Valley, they would live in an unimaginable shadow for the rest of their lives, a stain that could never be erased. Qin Ya's tender body trembled as her eyes filled with horror. Her already pale face became even paler as she asked in a trembling voice, "Senior Sister Bing Dai, what's going on?" Colluding with outsiders to shake the foundation of Ice Heart Valley was not a crime that could be taken lightly. Since joining Ice Heart Valley, Qin Ya had not done anything to harm the sect, and some time ago, because she had found Yang Kai, she had even received a commendation from the Valley Master, so how had she suddenly fallen into such a situation? Bing Dai's sudden visit and announcement of such shocking news was simply unacceptable to her. "You know what's going on in your heart." Bing Dai looked at Qin Ya indifferently, showing no intention of explaining. "Do you want to remove your cultivation yourself, or do you want Senior Sister to do it? Let me say this first, it may be easier for you to do it yourself, but if Senior Sister doesn't hold back, you may be injured." "Senior Sister Bing Dai." Qin Ya grit her teeth and shouted, a fierce look of resistance flashing across her beautiful eyes. "Junior Sister has not done anything to harm the sect, nor has she colluded with outsiders to shake the foundation of Ice Heart Valley. Junior Sister refuses to accept this. I want to see the elder, I want to see the Valley Master." Suddenly being accused of such a big crime, Qin Ya could not admit it no matter what, but she vaguely guessed what was going on in her heart. The so-called collusion with outsiders was nothing more than her connection with Yang Kai. Yang Kai had come to Pure Ice Island because of her. Shaking the foundation of Ice Heart Valley, to put it simply, was interfering with Su Yen. Su Yen had always been regarded by Ran Yunting as the future of Ice Heart Valley, so interfering with her could be said to be shaking the foundation of Ice Heart Valley. However, the same thing, if put in a different way, would have a completely different meaning. The law enforcement hall had probably acted because they had received Ran Yunting's order. "You can't see the elder, nor can you see the Valley Master. Today I am in charge here. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think it over." As for Qin Ya, she's dead for colluding with an outsider, and a man at that. Ruining the reputation of my Ice Heart Valley and tarnishing the reputation of the sect? What are you two thieves trying to do by infiltrating my Ice Heart Valley? Qin Ya's body trembled as she looked at Bing Dai with a pale face and said in a trembling voice, "Senior Sister Bing Dai, how can you say such things? There is nothing between me and Yang Kai, and I have never done anything to ruin the reputation of Ice Heart Valley or tarnish the reputation of the sect. Yang Kai is here only because—" "Shut up. You have no right to speak here." Bing Dai ground her teeth and shouted at Qin Ya, not giving her a chance to explain herself as she sneered, "You call him so intimately yet dare say there is nothing between you and him?" This time, many of the onlookers from Ice Heart Valley showed strange expressions. Although Yang Kai and Qin Ya had only exchanged a few words, anyone could infer from their demeanor and tone that the relationship between the two was not shallow. At the very least, they had not just met each other. Could there really be some kind of secret behind all this? Qin Ya wore a sorrowful look. "Senior sister, you can beat me or kill me, but you absolutely cannot insult me." Since Qin Ya entered Ice Heart Valley, she has never done anything to disrespect the sect. Moreover, this matter was related to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was Su Yan's man, so even if Qin Ya was muddle-headed, it was impossible for her to have anything to do with Yang Kai. "You haven't done anything to him?" Bing Dai looked at her viciously. "Instigating this man to attack me, isn't that disrespecting the sect?" "I haven't." Qin Ya hurriedly refuted. "You still dare quibble?" Bing Dai shouted. "If it weren't for your instigation, how could he have appeared in such a timely manner?" Qin Ya opened her mouth but was unable to refute. "If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext." A look of disappointment suddenly appeared on Yang Kai's face. "Qin Ya, since this place can't accommodate you, you don't have to stay." After saying so, he let out a long sigh, seemingly talking to himself. "I thought Su Yan would be well taken care of here, but now it seems it's time to take her away. Such a filthy place will only tarnish her pure soul." Su Yan? This man actually knows Su Yan. And what did he just say? He actually wants to take Su Yan away. Is he still dreaming? Men really are unreasonable creatures. Many women looked at Yang Kai with strange eyes, wondering if this guy was another pitiful worm who had been captured by Su Yan's charm. Since Su Yan entered the sect, although she had only gone out a few times, her reputation had already spread throughout Scarlet Wave Star. Even the son of Brilliant Flame Sect's sect master, Wei Feng, was obsessed with Su Yan, let alone others. Over the years, countless people from powerful forces had come to Ice Heart Valley, hoping to have their young talents marry the dazzling Pearl Su Yan. Many of them were rising stars with real talent and aptitude, but without exception, they were all rejected by Ice Heart Valley. Su Yan was the future hope of Ice Heart Valley, so how could she be married off?